Why don't you go see your boyfriend?
Yeah, he's got a nice room. He won't have it long. He'll have to call for 7 a.m.
See if we can figure out something.
Listen properly.
Hiya. Hey, Steve. Hey, Lisa. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I was on a call with I actually used to be a wedding DJ. And so my old boss is going to be doing our wedding. And I was on the phone with him and we were just talking about like how I knew how much admin there is in weddings before this. And sorting all of that out. Just closing a few tabs here. Okay. So I'm trying to get back into the usual lunchtime live. Let's see how it goes. I have lots of writing to do today. So I think it's going to be like how we used to, just hanging out, watching together. I'll put my head down and focus. If you're supposed to be focusing, I'll keep an eye on you too. And before I crack on with that, I wanted to just mention the poll yesterday about the trial we were following, Sean Finnegan. That trial, the majority voted, it was like 88% voted not to continue it now that the verdict's out. Hey, somebody. So just in case you're wondering, I went with that because there were so many things on my YouTube showing the verdict that I already know what's happened. And I presume that a lot of other people have seen as well. And it was quite a heavy one. So it kind of made sense to me. Just get myself into the right spot here. Oh, I also need to find my cats to do the cat cam. They haven't been working much, have they? What's pretty funny is because I got into such a routine of having, like in the evening, having the cat cam on and giving them the catnip, at about 7 o'clock every night, they run to that area ready for the catnip. Cats are so routine, it's actually ridiculous. I don't think people realize. Alrighty, have I turned on all the things I need to turn on? Have I turned off all the things I need to turn off? Let's see. That is on. That is off. I'm going to make the moderation basic. Let everybody just behave, I think. People say you can't train a cat. Let me tell you, you can absolutely. Like, our cats are so routine, and we train them essentially to not be nocturnal because when they were kittens, we were really struggling with them being awake all night because at the time we lived in a studio apartment. And so our vet helped us like get them to have like a nighttime routine. So when we go to bed, they go to sleep. They sleep all day too. But they are like ready for bedtime. And then at bedtime, Vaughn has to go and say goodnight to every single one of them, or they will scream at the door because he didn't say goodnight. So you can imagine how fun that is when he's away and I'm here, because I normally just actually let them sleep in the room then. Okay, it is 25 to, so let's watch some of this while people join, and then if any other courts also pop up live, then I'll switch over. But it's been a while since we've just hung out and watched one thing at a time.
Mr. Velasco Morales, do you have a lawyer today?
Sorry, one thing. Morning, Broken Baker. Guess what? I can finally redirect to you. I had it last night. However, it was like 2 hours from when I was going live, but you finally popped up. I don't know what changed. I'm just super stoked that it's working. Oops, sorry. Now I'm clicking all the things. Hide. Let's go back.
No, I could get one.
If we give you more time, will you have a lawyer?
Te vamos a dar más tiempo entonces
Sí,
para el
porque
abogado.
no puedo manejar porque perdí el trabajo.
Because I lost my job.
You said you can't drive.
Sí, no puedo manejar.
Yeah,
Correct. You don't have a license.
licencia. Yes, I do.
You have a Texas driver license?
Licencia de manejar en Texas.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you run his license?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I need to find the number.
Do you have liability insurance in your name?
Liability.
De la troca, sí.
Yes, I do.
Do you have insurance that is in your name?
Yes, I do.
Has your name on the insurance?
El nombre de mi suegro.
No.
Then then you can't drive.
No puedo.
You need insurance that is in your name.
That's what está. I get one of them.
What are you showing? Val, what say you?
We are looking at it right now, Judge.
Right.
That's the right person.
Yeah, we don't have a number, or the number that we have doesn't come back to him. So in our FBI, his criminal history, the number I have for his license doesn't come back to him, so I don't have a valid number.
Do you have a Texas driver license?
Licencia de manejar. Usted de manejar en
No,
Texas.
get the number and take a look.
Bueno, sí.
If you have a Texas driver license and you go get insurance that has your name on it, and we can verify it, I will allow you to drive. But I need to know that you were covered by some kind of insurance and that you have a valid Texas driver license. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Great. Okay, let's do this. I will reset your case 30 days. If you want to get insurance earlier, you can always come in earlier, bring proof that you have insurance, and then we'll allow you to drive. And then we'll take the restriction off. Okay? So 30 days, THA. Yeah. Is that Mr. Levine? Okay, we'll have you go that way to sign a reset. In the first pew. Mr. Is that Mr. Levine?
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Levito.
Hey. Talk to me.
Another world. Didn't even hear. Thank you.
Okay, we need the new conditions, the curfew 9 PM to 6 AM, scram on one, GPS on the other, no driving. Right, no drugs, no alcohol, random UAs, but I think that's it, right? Say it again? Yeah, let me talk to him. Hey, great to see you, man. What's new?
You asked us to come by this morning for Mr. Jones.
I don't know what's going on. I can't get anyone to show up. I can't get anyone to.
Haven't heard back from Mr. Brown at all.
No, I've called. We've sent emails.
I'm kind of embarrassed that I have to ask this, and I've not wanted to ask in other big streams because I don't want to seem silly. But why is it the mitten state? Please, can someone explain while there's not like super tons of people here?
I haven't gotten any kind of response, so I'm just going to issue a
Yeah,
warrant.
okay.
You know, the other thing is this, is that they never even posted an appeal bond in this case. You know what I mean?
I've seen Mr. Brown around, he's the manager before that.
Right.
That's it, I've not seen that, obviously.
So you haven't spoken to them or heard anything, right?
I reached out once after your email, and didn't hear back.
I'm gonna put the name Jones just to make sure I'm not wrong, just that we didn't get a response that I didn't see.
That's.
I don't know what else to do though. I mean, I guess there's nothing else I can do, right? There's
At that point, we've done everything we could do, you know.
sort of lead a horse to water, but right, as they say. Okay, I did get something here today at 9:16 a.m. today. It says, Your Honor, my client has already been sentenced. Additionally, the Court of Appeals has not issued the mandate yet, but my client can begin his probation that you previously ordered.
Okay. I don't know what he's referring to. I saw the affirmative.
So they affirmed, right?
Yes, sir. I've definitely read the opinion.
So look, I'm gonna apply. Your client has not been sentenced. He was to begin probation today. They have issued the mandate and no one has appeared even after our exhaustive attempt to contact you guys.
Cape Town's about the same size in square miles as Louisiana.
Roberto, that's the attorney for Mr. Rodriguez here. They can just kind of give me a minute. Let's see if we're gonna have a chance. I can get in line and speak with the judge.
Not Cape Town, sorry. The Western Cape, which is essentially our
That's the
state.
attorney for, just in case we need to have the attorney for this.
And it is about half the size of Michigan. So the state I live in is about half the size of Michigan.
I'll do some digging on my end as well.
So I'm saying here, you know, even after it says, your client has not been sentenced. He was to begin probation today. They have issued the mandate and no one has appeared, even after our exhaustive attempt to contact you guys. If we do not hear from either of you or your client by the end of docket today, August 19, 2024, I will issue a warrant.
I can.
Okay, and then if they do somehow show up, I'll just reach out to you.
I work here. I can come whenever you need us. Thank you.
Thanks,
Maybe
Mr. Levine.
excuse.
For
Thank you.
sure.
And Michigan has 3 million more people than Western Cape. This makes me so happy.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, yes, come on up. Yeah, it's okay. Come on up. Because he is bonded out, we have to do new conditions. I've told him he's not allowed to drive. I've given him a curfew of 9 PM to 6 AM. I put a scram on one ankle so that we know if he's consuming alcohol. I put a GPS on the other so that we know where he is at all times. I've also told him that we can triangulate if he's in a car using the GPS monitor with the scram device so that we know if he's driving, so don't drive, not to drive. If he does, I will quintuple the bond. I've already warned him about that. Now, if he either drinks or he gets into a car and drive. You were lucky to be out. Don't push your luck again. I think that one more thing. I will pay for everything for him so that there's no excuse why he shouldn't have it on. So there's no cost to him as far as the devices are concerned. Otherwise, he'd be out $1,000 a month, you know? So I'm telling you, if I didn't pay for this for you, you would be out $1,000 a month for what the cost of these devices are. Don't drive and don't drink. Do you understand? Okay,
What was the curfew again? The time of the curfew?
9 PM to 6 AM.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Okay,
Okay, you ready for?
My next one is gonna be Daniel on page 8. Daniel?
Trey, Daniel, coming up? Mr. Daniel, do you have a lawyer today? What are you doing about that? What are you doing about that? No, you were supposed to hire a lawyer. We gave you 30 days for you to go hire a lawyer.
I called, it was, I had called somebody or whatever, and, that's supposed to help me out with that, and that's what I was told, so that's not true, you gotta find your own lawyer.
Correct.
Okay, I did not know
This
that.
is your fifth case now, Mr. Daniel. You know how things go, right? Right. It's time for you to start doing the research. It's time for you to looking out for lawyers to represent you. There are a gajillion and one lawyers in Harris County. It's just finding the one that fits you, finding the one that you can afford. You understand?
Question, is it anywhere specific why I'm like, trying to go find one, 'cause I've never had to hire a lawyer before.
I know. Now it's time. This is your sixth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th case. It's now time for you to go on Google or use any local newspaper and just start cold calling as many as you can. Don't just call 1 or 2. You need to call maybe 15, 20. And it's like when you go buy a car, you know, when you're starting out in life, you don't go to a Ferrari dealership. You don't go to a Porsche. You don't go to a Cadillac. You go to a Honda. You go to something reasonable. It's the same thing with lawyers. And you can negotiate with them, and for a couple $100 a month, they'll represent you. 99% will put you on a payment plan if you ask. You understand? All right, please.
Our system's extremely slow.
I know, that's why I like. Oh, no, I know. That's why I figured. Our system didn't print that.
I went to screen places yesterday. It took me 2 hours to screen places.
It went down yesterday sometime, I don't know what time.
30 days THA. You got it? Okay. All right. You ready?
All right, Miss Duran on page 9. Duran.
Okay. Mr. Ron, do you have a lawyer today? Tell me what you're doing about that.
When I first signed in, the first time I came, I had to say that I would request a court-appointed lawyer,
How old are you, man? What do you do for a living?
work as an HEB receiver.
Okay. How much money do you make a month? Who do you live with?
Sure.
Who do you live with?
I share an apartment with my little brother, but he just went out of state, so I'm taking over the bills.
Okay. Are you married?
I'm sorry.
Do you live with anyone else in the apartment?
No, it's just me and my 2 cats.
Okay. And how much is your apartment per month?
The apartment ranges from 1065.
Okay. Do you mind giving an application, please? I'll give you an application. I need to know everything about you, what kind of car you drive. Logan, what kind of car does she drive? This is a reckless drive.
From 2001, Your Honor.
What is it?
2001 Ford Escape.
Okay. Do you mind giving an application? Is that Mr. Jones? Good morning, Mr. Jones. Come on up. I got him, deputy. Just do me a favor, just take for me a seat real quick. I'm glad that you're here.
There's a lady calling.
Huh? Okay, great. I'm glad that you're here.
Our next one would be Gonzalez on page 11.
You say page 11?
Yes. One.
I just sent an email to Mr. Brown that you're here, okay? Just because I don't know if he's gonna show up. I haven't heard. So hopefully he does.
No, you didn't.
Gonzalez Guerra, come on up. Morning, sir. Do you have a lawyer today? Sorry?
At the moment,
Tell me what you're doing about that.
I'm trying to hire one at a time.
Okay, so you want more time?
Sure.
Okay, we'll give you more time. We'll give you another 30 days. Understand, though, that if you have not spoken to a lawyer and if you've done nothing, it's very possible that your license is now either suspended or it's going to be suspended. Logan, do you mind looking him up, please? This is Gonzalez Guerra.
I couldn't afford one either because I was doing Uber as a full time, and since all of this happened, my account got kind of froze. And I just got a job about 2 weeks ago. It's also driving. I'm doing like furniture delivery.
Wait, you say you got a job driving?
Sorry.
That's gonna be a problem. Because your license is about to be suspended.
How long before that would happen?
Let's get Florida license, Your Honor.
Sorry?
That means that there might be a
What type of driver's license do you have?
Since I also have an appointment for this Thursday, the 22nd, to get it moved to Texas.
The problem is that when you pick up a DWI, you also have an administrative hearing versus DPS. And if you don't request a hearing within a certain amount of time, then they will suspend your license after a period of time passes. You've not done that, correct?
Well, like,
So since you have not done that, it's only a matter of time now before your license gets suspended.
even if I get a move to Texas.
Like, because you were supposed to request a hearing, that's why we tell you to speak to a lawyer as soon as possible, because there are other collateral consequences when you pick up a DWI. Let's see, when was the date of arrest in this case?
Uh,
7/5, right?
Okay.
So he has what, isn't it 14 days, right? Let's see, April 5th, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I would say probably by the 28th of August, give or take a couple days, your license is probably going to be suspended. Okay, tell me this, do you have an income now?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing?
The
Okay, how much money do you make a month?
about 1,000 to 1,500.
And who do you live with?
Different.
Do you pay rent?
Yeah, 500.
Right, do you mind giving an application? We'll give you an application, okay?
Is there a way to extend that period of time before my license gets suspended?
So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna have you talk to someone today, and then we're gonna reset your case for about 2 weeks. Between now and then, so that we can figure out if your license is gonna get suspended, because I don't want you driving on a suspended license, because then you're gonna have a whole other mess of stuff. So let's,
Bidding for me if it gets suspended, because then I'll be losing my job.
it's going to happen. It's not a matter of if it's gonna, it's when, so it's going to happen. So that's why I'm gonna have you talk to someone today, and we'll figure out where we go from here. Please. Mr. Elick. Good morning, sir.
Alexander Machino Santos.
Custody, okay, I
No,
see.
he's here.
Sorry, the computer's really slow. Okay, tell me.
So he did request a copy of his prescriptions on Friday, and he said that it would be 5 to 10 business days. So
Where is he right now?
he's in the audience.
Set it for Thursday then? Has he requested it?
He said he did request it, so,
Where's he have his prescription from?
that's what he told me.
Okay, so you want to set it for Thursday then? You tell me, or ask him what day he would like it this week, so that we can see if he has a valid prescription for it.
Okay, let me,
You tell me. I'm game with whatever you want.
we could try Thursday and see if it's in by then.
Okay, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right, my next one is the Daniel Lopez on page 17, Your Honor.
I see Mr. Lopez as a lawyer.
Well, I didn't show one up as.
Mr. Lopez, take a seat for me in the jury box, please. He has Alan Williams.
Pre-G on page 22.
Mr. Parisian, do you have a lawyer today? Tell me what you're doing about that.
I've been going to school. I go to school.
Sorry?
School.
How old are you? You're 36. What are you going to school for?
Going to school to be a welder.
When did you start welding school?
First week I came.
Show me that you're in school. Prove it to me.
I might be in the car.
No, I want to see a school schedule or something like that. Prove to me that you're in school and then we can talk. But given as many prizes you have, tell me, how do you eat now? How do you get money now?
I said,
What? You breed dogs. Breeding dogs can be a very lucrative business if done correctly. You can make a ton of money breeding dogs. How much money do you make a month, Mr. Prejean? How much?
3,500 to like 5.
Okay, then you need to go hire a lawyer.
I'm hiring a lawyer.
All right. We'll give you another 30 days, okay? All right, come on. Hey, of course. Good morning.
This is for Demarion Henderson. Last week. Yeah, Coach.
Yes, sir. Henderson, okay. Demarion Henderson, come up. Mr. Henderson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? So this letter is in fact true. Put your hand down. It says here that you will begin GED classes on September 9th of 2024, that your job readiness training begins 8/27.
It only has August 14th, the same day that I showed you on the messages.
Okay. This is the way to greatness right here. If you keep in with it, only good things will happen to you. I want the best for you, and this is the way to do it. You must keep with this. I want to know that you're doing it. And I have written everything on this letter. I will reach out to the shepherd to verify that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And if you are, great.
He's holding himself accountable.
I get it, good. But I am also going to reach out to her just to make sure that you're on the up and up, and that this is in fact true, and that you are going. So if you are doing it, this is fantastic and it's great. And I want you to succeed in life. And the first way to do it is with your GED. It really, things will only pick up when you get it. Really, this life is it's a journey, right? And it can be a great journey, or it can be a rotten, miserable journey. Without, at the minimum, your GED, you'll go nowhere. All right. So just keep on the up and up, no smoking, and just get it going. All right. Good job. I want to see you doing great. Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Trinidad. I'd like to set it, sometime after September 9th. Okay, please. Thanks, Billy. Mr. Levine here. Oh, there you are. Hey, good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
Hey, you ready? No, I wanted to put everything on the record. Unfortunately, my court reporter, her mom is in the hospital now, Mr. Brown. Ramona's mom is in the hospital, and so she's with her now.
Okay.
I can run out to see if I can just go grab another one since we have everyone here. Mr. Brown, or Mr. Jones, do you still live in Florida now? You do? Okay, and I don't want him to have to travel. So do you mind just bearing with me? Just let me see if I can go grab a report from somewhere else. That way, guys, we don't have to come back, huh?
Yes, sir.
Just give me 5 minutes. Let me run out real quick.
Sure.
It's okay. So they're coming now here momentarily. So as soon as they get up, set up, we'll finish it out.
Is Mr. Brown still on?
Yes.
Yes.
The only comment I have, Mr. Brown, is there's a lot of dates in the order that probably need to be redated. Like in the original conditions or things that are supposed to happen by 11/7/22.
Okay.
So we just want
And I'm going to work with him to let him dictate. To me, I don't care, how it happens, when it happens, just as long as we set up some kind of parameter, I guess, and, typically what I do is when we have probation for a certain length, in an effort to reward people, like a lot of times I'll take them off and have the time if they get everything done quick. So that way he doesn't have to stay on for the full time, Yeah. So sorry, Mr. Brown, just bear with me a second, then I'll.
Yeah, no problem.
Aaron
I
come up.
appreciate it.
Thanks. So what happened was, we went to trial, he was found guilty, they appealed it, and, the mandate issued saying that, I guess it was just denied. So that happens, I don't even remember when the date it was, so we have to just begin probation. Should be in there in the system, I don't know why it's not.
I have not seen the mandate. I just saw the opinion.
Do you have it?
I will look, see what I have.
And I will too.
Yeah.
For what? The email to you, I just don't know. So.
I don't see a separate document, Your Honor. I just have the
I don't either.
page of the appellate opinion, which is not really a mandate, it just orders that the decision be certified for observance.
Exactly.
Yep. But they are supposed to issue separate mandate, I don't have. Isn't that rule 18.1? I'm not up on my rules of appellate procedure, I'll be honest, but they are supposed to do that.
Well, we can start the probation now.
I mean, and what I typically do, like I said, Mr. Brown, is I don't think that there was much in here, and we usually take people off in at least half the time when they're done with everything. So that, and I know that he lives in Florida, so, I'm willing to do the online reporting so that he doesn't have to come here.
Okay. You can't transfer to Florida?
I'm sorry?
You can't do a transfer to Florida?
It has to be at least a year or over.
Oh, in order to do the transfer?
And then in order for him to transfer, he'll have to provide all the documents stated here until the transfer is approved. So he can't leave until approved.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. In order to do a transfer, he has to stay there?
He'll have to stay here, get all the documents for the transfer, and then once the transfer goes. But so what I'll do, because I know that he lives in Florida, I'll just allow online,
Reporting.
Zoom
Okay, that's
reporting. All
fine.
right, so that's
a good compromise.
Yeah, it's just an effort to make it as easy as possible for him.
I appreciate it.
For sure. Hey, guys. Yeah, talk. Hey. Sorry, just give me a second when we get the reporter.
No problem. I'll be here.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're back on Kenneth Page. It's an off-docket, Judge. This is one where initially it was the waiver issue. And so because of the reset date, I went ahead, Amy did, and got the pre-signed waiver to enter in for the order because of the extension needed. And I think from our previous conversation is that you were objecting to the extension. And so that's why I went and got the pre-signed waiver.
If there's a pre-signed waiver, there's nothing I can do.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, I can't.
Wish we had that information when we first started this rodeo. I mean,
Well, and initially, because
You did say that there was a pre-signed waiver at some point.
I said that there was one, I didn't receive one initially, because I would say about 70-75% of the time, it's not typically included in the original feature packet, because a lot of jurisdictions don't even know to send it. And so it's one of those, in the effort for efficiency, is that I don't request it unless I have to request it. And in this case, I didn't need it until the extension I became aware of the extension. And so that's why, and especially because it's California, and they typically, on average, take a couple of days more than the average state. And so that's why it wasn't until they notified me that they needed an extension is that the effort was made.
just because he says that there's a pre-signed waiver, I mean, I'm gonna say, okay.
No. And yeah, I expect you to,
I'm done. I mean, I'm.
want me to explain to him so he doesn't get
He's
upset?
here.
Though it's off docket, Judge. It's only because the transportation, they need an update by tomorrow so that they can flag enough time for their deputies to come in. They need, I can't remember, but it's like a week and a half, some odd time that they need ahead of time for them to be able to pick up. So that's the issue.
Okay.
That's pre-signed waiver, that knocks all those ponds over, so.
Right. Okay, so that's it.
Yes, Judge.
Thanks for the diligence. So when are we putting him back on the docket, if anything?
Oh, that's a fantastic question, Judge. Oh, goodness.
'Cause we still have to do some kind of reset.
Right, so it would be off docket.
And then do you want me to bring him to explain to him?
I don't mind that at all if, wait, where did you?
Left.
See if I can catch him outside. I'll be right.
Do you know any more THAs? Do you know, Billy? Mitchell? Right, let me see. And Aaron, I guess, give me a heads up when you're ready. Hi, tell me.
It's supposed to be done prior to release, no direct orders are written.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk with Alan to see where it goes. If it gets reset past today, then I'll order him.
But it's probably gonna be me less than.
So Alan just took my to speak.
Yep.
It's here, so we'll figure it out. This is the, right. So what's that? Is he here? I knew. Was it Ricardo? Was Ricardo there? Do you remember? Okay, let me take a look. That's a spin right there? The 0137? Okay. Yep, I'm gonna call Mr. Stryker now. Stryker's a lawyer.
We have Mr. Slater, the THA.
Okay, coming up. Just wait, so do you have a lawyer today?
No, sir.
What are you doing about that?
Transfer a company, I was my father. And
How much money do you make a month, sir?
it fluctuates.
Don't tell me that. You know exactly how much money you make through the,
Some jobs we do. Sometimes we'll get a big job, but sometimes we get one room. Sometimes we'll work a whole week. Sometimes we'll work no, well, they don't have no work for us that week. So it's up and down. Because we subcontract through them. And we get paid for whatever job we do, whether it's, sometimes it be almost 3 weeks that we don't work.
here's what I'm gonna do. I'm sending you an application. I'll bring you back in a week. I'm going to drug test you then. Be ready, sir. You were ordered not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. Do you understand? If I catch you using anything, I will put you in jail. Deputy, do you mind giving him an application? We'll send him off. We'll set him off for a week. Rachel. No, I would like to make sure he's not using, please. No alcohol, no dope. And random UAs on Mr. Swayze. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Aaron. All right, everyone, we are going to go on the record. Please do not talk. If you have to talk, go outside. So I wouldn't take it home. You can bring it back. Hold on a second. Let's get on the record and then we'll do it on the record. All right. All right, Mr. Brown, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me see. All right. Stephen, we're gonna go on the record real quick. All right, we are on the record in cause number 233-7303, State of Texas versus Damian Thaddeus Jones. Today's date is August 19th, 2024. It's approximately 10:18 in the morning. I'm gonna have, just for purposes of the record, you guys announce yourselves.
State of Texas, ADA Mike Levine, Levine.
Okay.
Oliver Brown for the defendant, Mr. Jones.
Okay, so procedurally, what has happened is that Mr. Jones was convicted via jury trial on August 7th of 2022.
I'm sorry, October 7th.
I'm sorry, October, you're right. October 7th of 2022. Notice of appeal was filed. The judgment was rendered on July 11th of 2024. And in that case, the conviction was upheld, they affirmed. So now we will proceed to sentencing. At the time, what I had sentenced him was to
1 year,
1 year probation.
with effective decision making.
That's the only thing that we did, right? Was just an effective decision-making class. And what we like to do, Mr. Jones, is that I will allow you to report via Zoom because you live in Florida. What we typically do is just don't get in trouble. Just, you know, and I don't think that we'll have any issues. If you get everything done quick, we'll take you off quick. We'll take you off in at least half the time, if not more. All you have to do is just the one class. I would say, you know, within the next couple months, if he gets it done, it's just a no rush. Is there anything, Mr. Levine, that you wanted to add for purposes of the record?
We would probably ask them, there's no threatening or harassing elected officials, public servants. I think that's already the law.
Okay.
Again, it's a First Amendment issue. You're allowed to harass public officials. In fact, the Court of Appeals, although they remain silent in their opinion, they made it very clear, as long as you're not threats of violence, you're fine. So he still has the right to harass his local officials.
Just be careful. You know, I just, all I'm asking you to do is just don't violate the law. The only other thing I'm going to ask, just don't have contact with just Gina Kalani, and that's it, right? So we will sentence you to that now. If you ever have any issues, please just talk to Shatoria. She will help you out. Mr. Brown, is there anything else?
Nothing.
Okay, anything else to state?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, so we're off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Oh, yes, I can.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
in.
Have a good day.
Let me show you the spelling.
Aaron, thank you so much. Sorry?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Take care. Cruz Garita. No. Barry Jason Felt. Damien, or
I don't know why it's gone so whack, but let's try this.
Do you work somewhere?
No,
Do you help your sister with her kids or something?
no,
What kind of work have you done?
none,
You never worked?
no.
Well, that's an issue too. When you don't have residency status, sometimes hard to get a job.
Okay, I'm gonna leave us on Judge Middleton for now because I want to see if I need to do
Good
something.
morning. Today is the 21st of August. It was a beautiful day. It was very cold this morning. My hands are cold when I rode my bike. Got a number of people here in the courtroom. They're ready to go. I expect the public defender will be here in just a moment. I want to say good morning to my visitor, Russell, who was here for a couple days, went back to Cicero, Indiana. Otherwise, maybe he'd have met Fredonia. And my new friends in Menominee and Shelby Township. Good morning to you also. We are getting ready here. We have only 4 arraignments, a couple of pretrials. We have a probation violation arraignment, and then we have a bench trial on a paraphernalia charge set for 10 o'clock. I'm not sure that's going. It was sentenced at 11 with the help of an interpreter. And then we have at least one zoning matter this afternoon. One was adjourned. Again, I'd like to thank whoever sent me the Lewis Carroll illustrated Jabberwocky book. I'll try reading that to my granddaughters if I get them to sit still long enough. Good morning. Am I going to need an interpreter?
No, at this point.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Jeanette Jackson is with us. Tim George is with us. I walked outside to go to the post office. You were in quite an animated conversation. I didn't know what was going on at first. I thought somebody was upset, but apparently it wasn't that. All right, looks like we've got at least 3 of the 4 people that were scheduled are here this morning. Record is on. Jenny, apparently we don't need an interpreter according to Ms. Jackson. So let me turn off the live chat. Good morning, everyone. Once again, thank you for saying good morning from wherever you are. I spoke with a reporter from the Detroit Free Press yesterday. Talked about everybody saying hello in the morning. How humbling it is. All right, to those that are here live in the courtroom, good morning to you. You're here for an arraignment. The arraignment is the process where the judge tells you what you're charged with and asks you how you wish to plead to the charge. Here with us is Ms. Jeanette Jackson from the Public Defender's Office. Also present will be Mr. Tim George from the city of Sturgis. He's one of the city attorneys for Sturgis. So, good morning, sir. Let's start with Christopher Gump. Mr. Gump, would you come up right up to the podium? Jackson's got everything all organized for me, which I appreciate. Good morning, sir. Are you Christopher Michael Gump?
Yes.
Mr. Gump, you got charged with probably our most common offense, driving without a valid driver's license. They also charge you with a civil infraction of no seatbelt. I say this a lot. If you're gonna drive around without a valid license, wear your seatbelt. It gives the police just a reason to pull you over, and then it all goes downhill from there. The principal charge, no valid operator's license, is very common. It's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100. It does carry 2 points. The seatbelt ticket is $65. Mr. George, I'm assuming the city would dismiss the seatbelt if he pled to the no ops?
Yes, sir.
Normal fine for that, Mr. Gump, is $200, but it will go on your driving record. Do you understand?
Yep.
Are you willing to plead to that charge?
Yep, because I want it done and over with so I can get this job.
Well, that makes some sense. Anybody threaten you to get you to plead to this?
Nope.
Promise you anything?
Nope.
Where were you going?
I just dropped my brother off at the doctor's office in Sturgis by the high school. I'm not for sure the name of the doctor's office. And then my son had a job interview up at Elwood Staffing. So I was on my way there. Well, when I left, the safety lock got turned on the back door, so I let my brother out. And when I climbed back in, I forgot to put the seatbelt on.
You don't have a valid license?
Nope.
Tell me about this job you're interviewing for.
It's at TH Plastics and Mended. It's third shift.
Have you got a way to get back and forth?
Yes. My stepdad and my wife's uncle works there.
All right, well, that's a plus. Let's see.
My stepdad told me he'd take me if he had to.
Well, your license, you had some baggage. It expired in 19, then you got a DWLS in 21. Looks like potentially you could get it back.
Yeah, I just got to pay off this fine I have here in St. Joe County.
You got another no ops in 2017.
Yep.
It all stems from 2007. Yeah, I think you're eligible to get it back. Now, this is gonna go on your record, you understand?
Yep.
All right.
I just know the temps, Elwood Staffing wants me to deal with this before they give me the job because they don't want me to take a job and I have to miss over and over for court dates.
Well, that makes some sense.
And I want it done and over with, so I don't got to pay people to bring me to court.
All right, and I suspect you've been driving a bunch for years and the time is to stop and do what you need to do to get your license. There's a program we learned about last week at judge school, the district judges conference, where a judge has got a program to help people get their license back, or maybe force people to get their license back. That's what you need to do. 30 days from now, I'll go till October 1. You return to get the job, you have $200, $75 crime victims' rights fee. Thank you, Michelle. A $75 fine and a $50 state minimum fee, that adds up to $200. The seatbelt ticket is dismissed. So you heard it here. Stop driving. You'll just dig the hole deeper than it already is. But it looks like at some point, if you can get your waterfowl aligned, you'll be able to get your license back. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
All right, and you did execute the waiver of the advice of rights. You're good to go, sir.
All righty, thank you.
If you need more time, contact the court. Our goal is to get the fine paid, not to put you in jail.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. Great.
I can wait. Maybe I'll have to go in for somebody else. So,
Okay. I have Lindsay's fingerprint when her be done too.
yes. Lindsley? Come right up to the podium there. Give me a minute, I don't move too fast. Mr. Lindsley, you got a ticket and you actually got arrested in Sturgis on July 27th. They charge you with operating while intoxicated and leaving the scene of a property damage accident. Operating while intoxicated, we just used to call drunk driving, but it's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and a fine of up to $500. Carries 6 points on your driving record, and it requires that your license be suspended. Leaving the scene of a property damage accident is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100. You got arrested at about 11:30 at night on July 27th. July 27th would have been a Saturday night. And the blood alcohol, according to the ticket, was 0.119. Mr. George, is there any offer here?
I believe this is a state case.
Oh, it is. It is a state case. David Knapp. I'm tired of beating my head against the wall. If they keep doing this over and over and over again. I think Tim talked to the chief. What I'm talking about, Mr. Lindsley, is if this had been written under Sturgis ordinance, the Sturgis city attorney would have the authority over it, and they would get, the city of Sturgis would get the fine money. For reasons I don't understand, the Sturgis police keep writing these under state law. I don't understand, but I guess they can choose to do that if they wish, which means the people that have the authority over this are the county prosecutor, who's not available this morning. Perhaps the safest course here would be to get an attorney to help you with this. What I'm recommending is that you plead not guilty and we get a lawyer and set this for a further pretrial with an attorney. Is that agreeable with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you do, sir?
I weld.
Where's that?
Basin handling materials.
Right, welders are in big demand. Where'd you learn to weld?
From Basin. I started out as a grinder and learned how to weld there.
How long you been there?
About a year and a half now.
Or I'm gonna appoint an attorney. Set an attorney pre-trial. There's probably a cutoff date of jam-packed September 6th. I'm gonna set this for October 4th. The Public Defender's Office will assign an attorney to this. I want you to call them and make an appointment to discuss this with them. What shift do you work?
Morning.
So you're missing work right now?
I have vacation time in.
Well, I hate to have to keep burning vacation days, but this will be at 8:30 in the morning on October 4th.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, I'm the court officer, take you down. We'll get your court appointed attorney. I think you need to get fingerprinted. Oh, Michelle, so on top of it. Michelle's friends are coming to visit next week. They came all the way to California to see her.
That's right.
All right, we'll get a lawyer for you and see where we go with this. I don't know how many thousands of dollars that has cost the city of Sturgis, which would go toward your costs by writing these tickets under state statute, but I know that you've talked to him, Mr. Reed has talked to him. I'm not sure if they just clicked a box in a drop down. It's good to see Damon Knapp's out on the road again. He was a very good patrol officer. Let's talk to Maria Ruiz. Good morning. Are you Maria Guadalupe Ruiz?
Good.
The file number here is 241439. You got charged with driving without a valid license, which is no operator's license. I think this is ever acquired. Let's take a look at your driving record. You got pulled over on August 1st. No license ever applied. That's a misdemeanor. It's punishable by a fine of up to $500 and up to 90 days in jail, the way this is charged under 904A. Mr. George, is there any sort of offer here?
I don't know what she would need to do, what next steps she would need to do in order to get her license, but maybe it was wild to reset it, allow her to see what she needs to do to get a license.
All right, well, there's also an issue regarding her identity. Maria G. Ruiz, with a date of birth of 6/21/01, is not her. That person weighs 200 pounds and lives in Watervliet. So we have it's the wrong lady, and it isn't her picture. So I don't know what her driving record is. Do you have US residency status?
No.
All right, so you can't get a license. Where were you born?
Mexico.
Which state?
It's called Sinapecuaro, Michoacan.
Say that again.
It's called Michoacan.
Oh, Michoacan. Okay, we get lots of people from Michoacan. And I keep saying one day I'm going to visit there. But you can't get a license unless you have lawful residency status. How old were you when you came here?
4.
So you went to Sturgis schools?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were, I call a Dream Act kid. You're caught between the proverbial rock and the hard place. The way things are right now, you can't get a license. Have you started any DACA stuff?
I tried like a couple years ago, but then they stopped like the whole process.
Yes, I don't know what's gonna happen after this presidential election, hoping they try to remedy some of this. Well, you can't get a license, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. If I was king of the world, I would. The fine for this is $100 plus $125 it costs. You can plead guilty to that and I'll give you the fine, or you can plead not guilty and we'll set it for further proceedings.
Guilty.
All right, anybody threaten you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Promise you anything?
No.
How old are you? How old are you?
23.
Well, it's a tough spot to be in. Were you born on June 21st?
Yes.
All right, that other lady has the same name, but a different date of birth and just a different person. So Maria Guadalupe, Louise may be a very common name. Do they call you Lupita?
Yes.
We have our own Lupita, who does a lot for me to help. All right, where were you going?
To my sister's house. She lives like 2 minutes away from my house.
Whose car were you driving?
Her car.
And she can get in trouble for letting you drive her car. So someone else drove here today. You didn't drive. Have you ever been to Michoacan?
Nope.
No, you and I are. There's an island there where all the monarch butterflies go. And it's supposed to be very beautiful. I'm gonna go there one day. I live long enough. I've been to Mexico about 4 times, but all coastal places. All right. Well, you're in a difficult spot and I said I can't fix it. Do you work somewhere?
No.
Do you help your sister with her kids or something?
No.
What kind of work have you done?
None.
You never worked?
No.
Well, that's an issue too. When you don't have residency status, sometimes hard to get a job. Will you be able to pay this fine?
Yes.
Did you graduate from Sturgis High School?
Yes.
All right, well, the fine's $100. There's a $75 crime victims' rights fee and a $50 state minimum fee, $225. And that's gonna be due by October 1st. Do you have the money to pay it now?
Yes.
All right, we'll just put now. You won't have to mess around with it. My only advice to you is don't drive. I wish I had a more encouraging words. If the state of Michigan or federal government has to deal with these immigration things. You're right, the DREAM Act DACA stuff was going and then it all got stopped. And then it's just been uncertain for probably since you were a sophomore in high school. All right, go pay this fine. And how about if you don't come back? All right,
Okay.
you're good to go.
Thank you.
I have a couple of pre-trials. Reggie King. He's got a lawyer. And Noah Allen, they're related to each other. And then you got Thomas Papke and one of Noah Allen's.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna check to see.
All right, thanks. You remember Reggie King? You'll know him when you see him. He walked into Pastor Bennett's church on Easter with a gun.
Oh, jeez.
And he's had a number of difficulties.
Looks like we might have one no-show.
Well, I thought I had 4.
Yeah, I think he's a no-show, Romero Gonzalez.
Yes, so Romero Gonzalez. The old Warner Brothers cartoons. Slowpoke Rodriguez, he packs a gun. Ramiro Gonzalez is charged with driving without a valid license, speeding, and no proof of insurance. He does have a Sturgis address. I'm gonna do an order to show cause first. All those old cartoons. Speedy Gonzalez, Pepe Le Pew. They're not,
Speedy Gonzalez.
none of them are politically correct.
Oh, we watch half of the stuff we used to watch when kids.
Well, Pepe Le Pew is all,
Well, they already got rid
So,
of
yeah.
Pepe Le Pew, which was really dumb, but hey.
yeah, the
lot of
whole
dumb in the
premise
world
was
these days.
unwanted contact. 21, 22. Speedy Gonzalez is all, yeah, stereotype. But when you're a kid, what do you know? No luck?
Mr. Allen is here. I just spoke with Mr. Marvin. He's talking to him now.
Okay.
I think that does it for us this morning,
Yes.
unless there's something else.
Yeah, there are only 4 arraignments this morning. I'm thinking that one of these pre-trials is probably going to develop into a plea, so maybe I'll stay here. I have a PV arraignment. I have a, Tim, are we going to do that paraphernalia trial?
No, sir.
What are we doing with that one?
We're gonna dismiss that.
All right, does she know that?
No, she doesn't.
Okay. She was subject to PPO, the person that she was living with. And also they're trying to evict her. But, so will you even stick around till 10?
I would defer to you, whatever you want me to do, Judge.
Well, all right, you don't need to wait for an hour and a half to tell the lady it's dismissed.
Okay.
But let's put it on the record.
Yes, sir.
Judge Simpson's live. I thought he was still on leave. I'm just gonna switch across on my side, see if he's there yet, but we can jump across once he shows up.
People versus Cassandra Jean Stratton, file 241284, is charged with a paraphernalia charge in the city of Three Rivers. She pled not guilty to the charge, And because it was such a minor charge, I didn't appoint an attorney for. I just set it for trial for today, which would entail bringing in a police officer, potentially other witnesses. And then there were some other problems with her, earlier this summer. Anyway, the city's just gonna move to dismiss this.
That's correct, Charlie.
All right. No, I won't make you wait an hour and a half for that. If she does come, I want to talk to her about this other stuff. I think she may also owe me some money. And I'll show that your case is dismissed.
So did you have Mr. Gonzalez as a no-show?
He didn't show up. I did an order to show cause. I mean, order to show cause. All right, I guess we're done, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Marvin is doing the 2 pre-trials. As I said, I think Noah Allen and I think Reggie King is Noah Allen's uncle, if I have my lineage correct. All right, I'll just sit here with myself.
Wait for something.
Well, maybe Michelle can, Reggie King should be back in the lockup, I'm guessing.
I think that is a state case as well.
It is.
Correct.
Yes.
Do you have a second, Judge?
Yeah, I'll stop this and we'll be back in a little bit. I hope. Take these files out, stop the live stream.
Okay, so in case you're listening, not watching, I just put a thing up. We are waiting for Judge Simpson to start. There's 2 people I have notes of today. Eric van Meulen, I spelled his surname wrong in the message, and Lambert. I can't quite remember if... So I know Eric van Meulen was homeless, and he's the guy who said something about shooting a deer. I can't remember if I was just editing his stuff or if we actually watched it together. And then Lambert, I don't remember why I noted Lambert, but if you remember, that would be super helpful. I know you started the Finnegan trial before your tech issues. I'm sure you already know they're in the penalty phase. Yes, basically, we did a poll yesterday, and I mentioned that I can't download the videos, edit them, fix the sound, etc. And that the verdict was already out. So did people actually want to carry on watching it? And the majority voted no. So we're leaving that one because the audio issues were so bad. And I actually suspect that the reason some of my videos are going crackly is because of a booster that I was using. So I don't want to touch that. While we wait for Judge Simpson, let me just quickly put, oops. Let's do that. Yes, it was also super disturbing, and a lot of us were struggling with the content. So it was a difficult one. I am just hopping over to T Swift Barbie's, the courtroom that she is potentially supposed to be in today. We can watch this in the meantime. This is the judge that has Operation Drive.
Okay,
I really like him.
23-00617.
Good morning.
Good morning, Preston Young, Grand Rapids Probation Department. All right, Mr. Hunter, state your name, please.
Antoine Hunter.
All right, today's date, time set for an adjourned violation. Normally, we would require violations to be here in person. Mr. Young has spoken on your behalf and given the court an update on your current challenges as far as transportation, living situation, all of that. So
I did authorize the ability for this particular violation to be handled via Zoom. I appreciate you checking in right away, Mr. Hunter, and Mr. Young really does have your back. He talked about how the two of you have a good line of communication, and he wants to keep working with you to try to see if we can figure out sort of a light at the end of the tunnel kind of thing. So, Mr. Young, what's the current challenges with Mr. Hunter, and what's your recommendation to assist?
Currently he is unemployed. His work has been laying off people in waves. He was a part of the last one. He's also in a cycle of obtaining driving while license suspended. He's been driving around due to not having stable living. So at the time he obtained his new charge, he was living in his car. He stated he was driving in Detroit trying to find a place to stay, was pulled over. And then as for the random drug and alcohol screens, it's all monetary. He is attending smart recovery meetings. A lot of those meetings just don't happen on the days that he's called to test, but he is actively going to at least 1 or 2 a week. Besides that, me and Mr. Hunter do speak, I would say 2 to 3 times a week on most weeks. And he always, lets me know what's going on. So I think most of it's financial for sure. I know he's trying to obtain unemployment at this time.
Okay. Does that sound? Go ahead, Mr. Hunter.
I want to apologize for not coming to court. I try to make all my court dates. Just in a huckabuck right now.
So here's what we need to do. One, we need to get you the maximum amount of support and resources while still making sure that you're following through on the court's orders to stay away from alcohol and obviously not drive without a valid license. So let's do this. He needs more people in his life that are there for his benefit. So instead of him constantly being violated for missing testing, you recommended going to daily meetings. Daily meetings they're free. Those meetings are free. So that way I'll suspend testing for now as long as he goes to daily meetings. That'll save him money and transportation costs. So Mr. Hunter, you just got to find time in the day, and you got time right now, and it's a good thing. And you seem to have benefited from connecting with people in Smart Recovery. The other thing that I want you to do, and this is absolutely crucial, because you did get a ticket out of Detroit, and I don't know, does he have any other tickets out of Detroit that are open?
I believe he does have 3, at least 3.
So Mr. Hunter, Mr. Young is going to get with you. The 36th District Court has a street democracy program. It's a program to help those individuals with housing issues, transportation issues, deal with outstanding tickets at the 36th District Court. I have good friends over the 36th District Court judges who really care about this program, and it is able to make some real, I'd say a real impact in a positive way on somebody's life. So I'll adjourn this violation 90 days. His job now is go to daily meetings, and I'll suspend testing in the meantime. And he has to get in touch in the next 90 days with the street democracy program to try to clear up those tickets. Because until we clear up those tickets, you're just going to be in this endless cycle of, I clear some stuff up, but I get extended on my suspension. We got to stop that cycle, Mr. Hunter. So I've tried to make this as simple as possible for you, Mr. Hunter. I do respect your level of communication with my probation officer. I respect the fact that despite your challenges, you still showed up here today. I think we've come up with a plan that can actually give you a little bit of hope.
Okay.
So just follow up with Mr. Young, and I'll see you back here in 90 days, and let's see what we can do together. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Young will be following up with you, sir.
All right, thanks.
Let's get him a number for street democracy. I think that'll help. Isabella Naaman, 23-02296.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bailey Ray on behalf of probation.
Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
And it's, and I even wrote down the right pronunciation, but I think it's Newman, right? Is it Newman? Newman.
Your Honor.
I was right, Naaman. I wrote it down wrong. I said it right the first time. Naaman. Got it. All right. Ms. Wright.
Good morning, Your Honor. Oh, I just, sorry. Isabella's attending, she's doing very well. She's attending weekly outpatient counseling as directed. She has submitted her one-page essay on professional and personal goals, which I have attached to your file. She has attended and completed the magnitude impact panel. She hasn't started her 50 hours of community service work yet, but she does indicate that she's going to be doing it in the fall, teaching catechism at her church. She remains willing to random 6x1 DTG screens and 1x1 drug screens since sentencing. All tests have been submitted on time and negative. She remains employed with Our Lady Queen. She reports they were closed this summer due to it being summer vacation, but they do open back up, and she does start work on the 26th of next week. She will be starting her fall classes at Open University the first week of September. At this time, she's enrolled in 3 classes, and I know she's waitlisted for 1. She did travel to New York City from July 26th to the 28th. She submitted to a negative ETG screen prior to departure and a prior negative ETG prior to return on July 29th.
Okay. This, you know, I do get a lot of good essays, but this is one of the best that I've ever gotten. It's thoughtful. It really, I mean, you took it to heart, and you know, you made it yours, as opposed to what you felt that I needed to hear what I wanted. And it feels so personal. And I hope that, you know, by going through this, there was some sort of therapeutic benefit to really going through this whole process. You really poured your heart into this, and I greatly appreciate the fact that you took it that seriously. And wow, I mean, so much that you went through. I didn't know, you know, that whole sort of field, the esthetician. I didn't know about that stuff. So you sort of letting me in, you know, it'll help me when I deal with somebody else who's sort of going through that industry, and how, you know, how it can be if you're not in a good environment or with a good group of people. It can be very toxic, and really seemed like it was something that took you back to places that had been toxic and difficult for you before. So it was very brave of you to sort of, you know, not just accept and say this must be what I have to do or who I have to be, to step beyond that. I mean, that was very brave. How do you feel now about where your path is taking you?
First, I just want to say thank you, Your Honor. I respect everything that you guys are doing there, and I really did put a lot of effort into writing that. It took me a couple months to write all of it. Honestly, you used the word therapeutic, and it really was. I feel like this whole experience has really taught me a lot as a person. I've done a lot of personal growth, and it's just like a motto in my family that we don't believe in failure. We only believe in learning lessons. And we kind of view everything as, well, what can I learn from this? What can I take from this? And how can I never repeat this again? And I definitely feel like that has really helped me through all of this. My family has helped me tremendously through all this as well. And going to therapy, getting to the root cause of why I was maybe depressed or drinking more has really helped, and I will continue to go to therapy even after this.
But your final paragraph, I thought, it really, I think, was evidence of where you are sort of with your mindset, your approach to this probation, your approach to life. And this is a winning attitude. Like this, you know, instead of, you put in there, avoiding the woe is me. And we see that so often. A person, when they come before the court, they're here because of choices that they made. Okay, so instead of pointing fingers anywhere else, instead of saying, well, but this person, and you got to understand what it. Let's just get to the business of understanding why it is that an otherwise good person would make such a set of negative decisions. So let's get to the business of understanding. And because once you do that, then you're in a better position to learn, to grow. I think I really love the way you phrase this. You could have been from this spiraling down, and now you're spiraling up. I like the way that imagery was. You're on a path now that makes it so that all of these great goals that you have, and again, a lot of these goals are outside of your control. But you put yourself in the best possible position to achieve them. But and no matter what happens, let's say 5 years from now, one of these things aren't done, you'll still be satisfied because you're on the path, and you've been giving yourself the chance to really experience life the way it was supposed to be, and living your life the way you were meant to. You got off track. A lot of people who find themselves in the court system, they got themselves on track. It takes the brave, the bold, the courageous to really look within and say, what do I need to do change so I can get back on track? So I'm impressed, and Ms. Wright, she's been good to deal with on your end.
Correct, yeah. She's been really good communication.
Yeah, I'm excited about the work that I've seen. In fact, usually what I do, Ms. Naaman, is I will have somebody come back at 4 months, which is kind of where we're at now, and then at 8 months, and then at a year for potential early discharge. I'm gonna skip that 8-month review and just set our next one for the 1 year mark because of how well you're doing. That'll give you time to get the community service done, give you time to continue to move. As much as I like to see you and how well you're doing, I'm not gonna make you do that extra review hearing with me. We'll just go right to a final review. Is it a time also to reduce your testing?
Yes.
So I'm gonna reduce your testing today. Just do me this favor. If I'm not gonna see you in 8 months, I'm gonna count on you to remain self-motivated and finish this out the right way. We started at 2 years. This was a serious offense and it could have required that. I'm telling you right now, when I see you at a year, if you're in the same sort of mindset and approach, we'll be done and you'll be ready to move forward into that next stage of your life. Can you stay locked in like you are?
Yes, Your Honor, I definitely can. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. When I got done reading your essay, I was fired up. I thought, wow, okay, this is pretty inspirational. Let's get to it. So, it mattered. I want you to know that it meant a lot to the court, and I hope that by doing it, you realize that you matter and that your goals are achievable. Good luck, Ms. Naaman.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yeah, Ms. Wright, I'll let you know about the reduced testing, okay? I think Ms. Wright, that was a really good essay. And that's right, what you can do to, you get to the 8-month mark, and since we're not having a review, that's the time you would further reduce your testing than just on your own through that, okay? Okay. All right. Nancy Kaufman?
Well, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, case number 23-01130.
Yes, good morning, Alexandria, from the Restoration Department.
All right, Mr. Kaufman is here for a second review.
That's correct.
All right, how's he doing?
Judge, he's doing really well. He's in full compliance. He reports as directed. continues to attend outpatient counseling, attending monthly sessions. I do have updated documentation. Continues to attend 4 support group meetings per week. I do have proof, updated documentation as well. He continues to work closely with the sponsor. I actually spoken on the phone with the sponsor as well, confirming basically his engagement within the recovery program. Testing on the Cervix device 4 times per day. There's been no issues with testing. He submitted to do a couple late tests, 6 late tests since the hearing, but the tests are within minutes. Most recently, he was out of town on a work trip with his, basically his bosses, and that kind of led to a couple of late tests, just being able to step away and submit to testing. Drug tests at results are on time and negative. There's no issues. He just recently started working on the 100 hours of community service, volunteering more recently with the Detroit Zoo,
Right.
and then with Crossroads as well. Remains employed full time, no new criminal charges. He is doing well. He's right on track.
Good. Listen, we went into this, Mr. Kaufman, knowing we were gonna have a long road together. And so I didn't need you to have everything done immediately. It really was more about, let's make steady progress over time. You know, let's undo some of the, just really some of the challenges that you brought on yourself, the damage that was done to you. Let's undo some of those things together and rebuild stronger than ever before. And I mean, I like what I'm seeing. It seems like you're really, you tell me, are you, do you feel like you're really digging deep and getting into, some of the boxes in the attic, clearing those out and doing that work with your sponsor? What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, Your Honor. There is so much I could say. I work very closely with my sponsor and going to meetings. Sorry, but yeah, I'm taking my sobriety very seriously, extremely seriously. As I mentioned in during my sentencing with you, Your Honor, as well as my last hearing with you, I shouldn't be here today, given what my blood alcohol content was. And there's so many things that I've realized as time has gone on. And gosh, I have, as of yesterday, 15 months of sobriety. So
Hey, congratulations. That's a big deal.
Thank you, Your Honor. But every day I'm reminded of things, and I lost my train of thought, but there's so many, I have daily reminders of the benefits of not drinking, of continuing my sobriety, and of all the things that I would lose, everything that I have gained over the last 15 months, which is, well, in addition to being able to stay alive, it is so substantial. The improvements I made with family, friends, my employment, my position. When it was referenced earlier that I was late in some of my SoberLink tests, one of the main reasons I was late is, given that I'm the lowest guy in the totem pole, so to speak, at work, it was my responsibility for driving my manager and upper management around. So I was actually on the road driving around when I needed to link. But as soon as I was able to, I definitely did test. But I value my sobriety so much. And there was one other thing I wanted to share with you, Your Honor, if I may, is that my birthday was July 28th, and I had to, my license was then off of restriction. So I was at the Secretary of State office and getting my picture taken. And as embarrassing it is to say, I am grateful that for the first time in over 30 years, that is the first driver's license photo I've taken where I was sober, or I did not have alcohol in my system. So I'm not saying that I showed up to the Secretary of State drunk.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
But
Mr. Kaufman, you ever look in the mirror and you do a comparison? Like, you look healthier. And when I hear that emotion in your voice, and really can tell how much this means to you, what you need to understand from the outside, sort of from a judicial perspective, what I hear loud and clear is just this immense sense of gratitude. And from going to your meetings that is a crucial element of sobriety. Because if you're grateful for what you have, then you're going to do whatever you can to protect it. And that seems to be a huge difference that we're seeing in you now, Mr. Kaufman, is like you're defensive of your sobriety. You don't want to put it at risk. And you don't want anybody to have some idea that the old version of you has any role or any foothold in your life. Like your sobriety, is worn proudly on your sleeve when you walk into every room, and you should be proud. So it's incredible to just hear, there's something so intangible and difficult to produce unless you've gone through it. Like that voice, that cracking in your voice, it's that combination of relief and gratitude and peace. Mr. Kaufman, this is the way it can always be. You have to do the work, but boy, it's worth it, isn't it?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Yeah.
So, all right, well, my job is to continue to hold that high standard, and we're going to continue to hold that high standard so that you can have pride restored. Now, remember, we're not talking about overconfidence or arrogance. We're talking about that quiet, simple confidence, that pride in knowing what your value is, that only comes after a period of time of rebuilding, restoring, making amends. So, get those shoulders back a little bit more every single day, and knowing that you have value on this earth, Mr. Kaufman, after a period of time where I'm sure you felt about as low as someone can feel. So it's nice to have you living your best life, Mr. Kaufman. Let's keep it up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And congratulations on 15 months. All right, let's keep going.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's reduce his silver link, and then I'll see him back here in 5 months. And I look forward to more transformational change. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And I'll call you later to discuss the test times.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Cascaris? Case number 20-01256.
Yes, good morning, Alexandra, Athletic Activation Department.
Cascaris, are you there?
Yep, I'm here, Your Honor.
All right. Today's date time set for review. Where do we stand?
Yes, Judge, I basically bumped it 2 weeks for him to complete the impaired driving program. I have reached out to New Frontier. I've not yet received a confirmation of the completion. So I don't know if he has completed the program as of yet.
Mr. Cascaris, any updates for me?
Can you repeat that, Your Honor?
Yeah.
That's right. The service center, courtroom C. Out by the jail.
I figured it was a good time to switch over because we were just about to start someone else.
Is it a? Yeah, I worked there.
All rise. 14th District Court for County, Washington, State of Michigan is now in session. All those having business for the court are here.
You may be seated. Been a great vacation. Didn't want to come back. I was just gonna call Goldstein and tell him I didn't have to appear. Ms. Lundy, can we have the wait?
Of course, Your Honor. Good morning, Ashley Levy for the people here at this time. The people would waive any conflict between this honorable court and the office of the public defender. The people do not believe any such conflict exists, but make the waiver for the avoidance of any doubt.
Miss Parody.
Good morning, Judge. Nice to see you. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry, the Public Defender's Office, likewise, not believe it. This, but it does be also.
All right, in court for its part, also does not believe there's conflict either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent a conflict does exist, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matter. Court does call the case of the People versus Michael Russell Jr.
Ashley, want to repeat?
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell, can you unmute and state your name, please?
Michael Scott Russell Jr.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
For adjournment of the pretrial, Mr. Russell has asked us to do some legal research. We just need a little bit more time to complete that.
All right, how much more time I need?
I think 2 weeks should be okay. Livingston's pretty good at visits.
September 4th. Is it in?
Oh, you're back.
I am back.
Okay. Let's see. September 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you, Mr. Russell. It does call the case People versus Jeanette. Is it Automat? No, I messed that name up, but I did what I could.
Henry Levens on behalf of Ms. Hoffman.
Your name, ma'am?
Jeanette Ackerman.
And what are we doing?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. The court was kind enough to put this over for a couple months after the initial arraignment pretrial for Ms. Othamet to seek acceptance into the recovery court. She was able to have, pardon me, her interview with Rhett Reyes. He was apparently having some technical difficulty with his internet. He was finally able to interview her Sunday. He indicated he need a couple weeks to make his final determination, and I provided the form to the court for your review and execution to submit that then to the Judge Washington's court, in which I
Yes,
understand.
14B. All right, I've signed that, and he said a couple of weeks.
A couple weeks for a review, and my understanding is if Judge Washington accepts my client, that then the case is transferred to there for the recovery court and sentencing, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, what would happen typically is that there would then be a plea here and then transferred over.
Okay.
All right.
May I ask for another date a few weeks out?
September 4th or September 18th.
One moment, Your Honor. Let's do September 18th, Your Honor, at 9.
September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. or is your invite in case? Thank you. Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Caitlin Morgan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of Miss Morgan. Your Honor, I have no excuse for Miss Morgan's absence if she's not present today. We had adjourned it from the last court date, which was the 7th for discovery, and I have no updated information on Miss Morgan's location.
Caitlin Morgan. Being no response, a bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did Mr. Shimke leave already?
No, he's still
No,
there.
good. I'm
Mr.
still here.
Shimke, are you
Yes, I'm
here?
here.
I just noticed there's a note in the file from the magistrate back on July 19th that there was a premature birth. She was a high-risk pregnancy. This was back in July, less than a month ago or about a month. You've had no contact with her?
Not since August 8th, Your Honor, but we did speak at the last court proceeding, which was August 7th, but nothing since then, Judge.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Instead of the bench warrant, given that note, let me adjourn this out to September 4th. See if you can get in contact with her. Something else might be happening.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Cross case people versus Jamie Lambert.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Sodopolsky, P41-341, appearing for Mrs. Lambert. She is present by Zoom. Your Honor, we're discussing this matter.
Could
with
she
Mrs.
state her name, please?
Sure.
Jamie Lambert.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, sister counsel and myself were discussing this case. There is a reasonable chance we can resolve it. She emailed me some stuff this morning. I need to discuss with my client. So if the court has no objection, I would like to schedule this for a final settlement conference, at which time I'm pretty optimistic we can resolve the case. I believe it's October 18th.
Jury final settlement conference will be October 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Jury selection if necessary, October 21st, 2024 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you.
Court calls case people versus Rebecca Jacobs.
Ready, Your Honor. Julian Puda on behalf of Rebecca Jacobs.
Mr. Jacobs, can you state your name, please?
Yes, I'm Rebecca Jacobs.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing? This is an arraignment. I don't. Well, there was a waiver arraignment. We typically don't do that, but
There's no arraignment.
there's no arraignment information. And yeah, we typically don't do the waiver, but counsel, just as to the arraignment, you do waive formal reading and stand mute.
Yes, Your Honor.
They need, just 1 moment. The clerks, they need to set these on these operating while intoxicated. I don't permit waivers of arraignments for bond reasons. And in every way, formal reading, standing mute, the court will enter not guilty plea. I don't think it's an error. I think somebody did it because otherwise it would have just been set for a pretrial. All right, what are we doing today on this?
Your Honor, I'm asking if you could adjourn the pretrial 4 weeks to give me an opportunity to have some discussions with the prosecutor. I'm going to be sending over some letters over regarding my client.
I'll adjourn the pretrial to September 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. As to her bond in this case, alleged BAC in this matter.
Governor, the intoxilizer was 0.14, 0.15.
Okay.
The original stop was for speeding,
Okay.
63 and 45.
And no accident.
No crash. The defendant has no prior history of DUI.
Bond in this case will be set as a $15,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons, firearms. There's to be no use of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. I am going to order the defendant report to community corrections for placement on a sober link tether.
Your Honor, my client works as a resident physician in Byron Center in the Muskegon area. I'm asking if you would not have her put a tether on. I think that may interfere with her work. She's got no prior criminal history. She's already initiated outpatient treatment at Don Farms here. I have a letter from Don Farms.
So I've ordered a sober link.
Oh, sober link.
There's an echo. Yes, that's what I ordered.
Okay.
I didn't order a scram unit.
Okay.
Unless you want me to do that.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's call the case, People versus William Scriven.
Echelon for the people.
Morning, Your Honor. James O'Neill here for Mr. Scriven.
Thank you. Your hands out of your pockets. He gets upset. All right, what are we doing then?
Your Honor, today's the date for the first pretrial. I did have an opportunity to meet with the assistant prosecutor, and we have resolved part of the case. And we're going to ask that this pretrial be set over a bit so that Mr. Scriven can complete his driver's course to get his Class A license. So he has applied. He brought his, as to the 2 civil infractions, he brought his medical certificate today and paid that ticket. He also corrected the equipment violation and paid that ticket this morning as well.
Got it.
So it's going to take probably at least 6 weeks before he can get into the Secretary of State, get his test after he completes his course. So we're asking for
6 weeks?
Yeah, we're asking for a little bit of time because his course is 5 weeks.
October 2nd.
I don't like that date.
Oh.
Is that 6 weeks? Close? Well, he's gonna take 5.
Or October 16th.
16th.
Yes.
Are you gonna pass the test?
I hope so.
Oh, okay, all right, well. All right,
So I'm hoping so.
all right. Let me turn it, I'm gonna go out to October 16th.
Thank you.
Give him time in case something happens. He looks like he'll pass. All right, bond continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Court calls case, People versus Mahar Kashan.
Echelon for the people.
David I. Goldstein, bring on behalf of the defendant. Your Honor, when this matter was referred to this court from prelims, sorry, he was given a notice that said the 28th. I've got a copy of it in my file or on my phone. He's on his way. He'll be here in about 10 minutes.
Oh, he was given 28th?
Yes, Your Honor. And then there was a second notice, but he never got that. I got it, but he.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So from the, got it.
It was mailed and he never got it. So.
Okay.
He's on his way.
I'll pass it. Court calls case, People versus Ahmed Abu Shaban.
Echelon for the people. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Shaban, who should be on Zoom. Do you want me to state your name for the record, please, sir?
Yes, this is Ahmed Abu Shaban.
Thank you. What do we do?
Let's have it validly.
Does he? Hold on. Yeah, he does. He does. He actually has a license. I don't, hang on. Yep, sure does.
Don't look closer, Judge.
Yeah. Hold on. It's kind of a license. No, he's got a license.
Hey, you're on some people will do this.
Any objection to
No.
that?
Thank you.
All right. This case is dismissed. All right. Thank you, sir. Drive safe, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
What is today? Really? Everything's going so fast. I don't know what happened last week. Court calls the case, People versus Angela Barber.
Echelon for the people. Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Barber. Please state your name. Angela Barber.
Your Honor, I'm asking for an adjournment so Ms. Barber and I can have another conversation about resolving the case.
Well, you didn't like the first one? No, I'm kidding. Kidding. You don't have to answer that.
Ms. Bonnie and I had another conversation this morning.
Will 2 weeks be enough time or need more than that?
I think that should be okay.
That was confident.
I know. We'll take it.
I'll adjourn it to, what was my second date in September? 18th. September 18, 2024, 9 a.m. in case you need.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am. Court does call the case of the people versus Adiva Benton.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Benton.
Yes, hello, how you doing?
Okay, state your name, please.
Adivia Benson.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's I'm requesting another adjournment on this case. Ms. Benson, I think the number we have for you is disconnected. I'm not sure if you got a new number?
No, my phone is currently off, but I could give you, I'm supposed to be going to pay it today, but I could give you the number I'm using at the moment.
Hold it.
But what number do you have?
Don't do that. Let me give you a number to call. You have the public defender's number?
No.
All right, let me give it to you. You got something?
So one moment. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, it's area code 734-222-6970. All right, call there, give them your name and make sure they have a good phone number for you as well as an email where they can contact you and let them know if they could get that information to Miss Parody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll adjourn the matter then to September 18, 2024, 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So you want me to stop and do this thing? Just. Is that what he's trying to get me to do? He just, so all these other people have to wait. So that I already called it once, didn't I?
You did.
I did. And then he still stood up. Didn't he?
You did.
What's your mom?
I saw Mr. Kashan walk in. I saw him walk. I didn't think I had to stop.
Just wanted to make sure you.
So I saw him. So all these other people have to wait.
Thank you,
All right.
Teresa.
We'll call it. Court calls the case of people versus Kashan.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
The only reason I'm doing it is because I think there was a court error of timing and everything, so. And I appreciate Mr. Kashan getting down here, so, all right. Your name, sir?
Mark Kashan.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this matter is before the court for a pretrial. The court is aware this was remanded from district court. There was a preliminary examination. The client was not bound over on the felony charges. So we have the one count of malicious destruction. We need a trial date for that.
That's not what you have it as MDOP?
Yes, Your Honor. Count 3.
I have 3 counts.
Right. Well, the robbery unarmed and the larceny were both.
Hold on
Sure.
a second.
Sure.
Because what do you have?
I have an added count 4 of A and B.
Right.
1, 2, and 3 were not bound over. Count 4 of assault and battery was added,
Okay, my
and
notes.
that's what we're here on.
Sorry, my counts show that the malicious was bound over, but okay, not bound over, was sent to this court, but if you'd show just the.
I have, it was remanded here. And I don't know what this means because somebody messed up what's written here. Because what I have is count 4 was added. That was an assault and battery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct, Your Honor.
75081.
Yes.
Okay.
And then counts 1, 2, and 3 on the original
Judge Freshour did not bind over.
were dismissed.
Yeah.
And then, but my face sheet reads.
So they reduced count 1 from a felony to a misdemeanor. That's how JIS was updated.
They did what?
They reduced count 1 in JIS from a felony to a misdemeanor and then dismissed counts 2 and
Why would they
3.
do that?
Well, I think it's the other way around. I think 1 and 2 were dismissed and 3 was reduced to a misdemeanor.
No,
That's what my notes say. I'm
no,
sorry.
no. I'm looking. Okay, so are they? Yeah, I
No,
have.
I agree with
Right
Mr.
here.
Sorry.
Count 4 was added. That I agree.
So the clerk's office did not add account 4. They reduced count 1.
Okay, so when the form says dismiss count 1, what they think that meant? Sorry, just a thought. And this count 4 over here added count 4, very clear in Judge Freshour's writing, because she writes really nice.
Unlike the rest.
Now, if it were me, I get it, but. So, all right, so here's what I have, so that everybody knows, and this is the way I'm gonna do it, and then you're gonna get the clerks to correct this, and you get them to do it, because I don't know why they would do it this way. I have one count of A and B.
Count 4.
Yep.
Count 4.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's all that I have. Everything else was dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so now it took all that time to straighten it out. It took all that time waiting for Mr. Gasham to show up and then to straighten it out. Goldstein interrupted the court. This case is taking forever. All right. So what do you want now? What do you
Count 4? Okay.
Count 4,
My
that's
notes-
all I have. I have no malicious destruction of property, no anything. I just have one count of assault and batter.
That's fine. That's fine. Let's go with that. We need a trial date, Your Honor.
All right, a jury trial date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, I'll set jury final settlement conference, then will be October 18th, 2024 at 9. Jury selection, October 21st, 2024 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And here.
Yes, right here. And so we'll make sure that once Mr. Kasham walks in, we'll call him right away, because that's how David is trained.
Well, no, now that he knows when to be.
No, and Mr. Kasham, I apologize for any mix up with paperwork or anything like that.
I apologize for not being here.
Oh, wasn't your fault, but we had to deal with David, but it wasn't your fault. All right, you take care, sir.
Thank you.
Court calls case, People versus Robert Black.
After letting the people. Public defender Natalie Pate, with on behalf of Mr. Black, who should be present soon.
He was here.
Yeah. For the record, Your Honor, I was going to request a final adjournment in this matter. I know Mr. Black and I have been in constant communication. If he was present, I would respectfully request the court to consider an adjournment without his presence.
My apologies. What did you say again? You wanted, he was here.
He was here. Yes. Even put a message in the
He did?
Yes.
Okay, let me do this. Let me pass it and let you try to contact him, see if he can get himself signed back in. Court calls case, People versus Michael Cutshaw. What are you busting the place up or what?
I've been here for a while. I'm not used to it.
You just start kicking stuff around. Good job, Parody.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Cutshaw. Please state your name, Mr. Cutshaw.
Mike Cutshaw. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we're asking to set this for final settlement conference.
Jury final settlement conference will be October 18th, 2024, 9 a.m. Jury selection, October 21st, 2024 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. Bond with its conditions will continue. Did you hear me, sir?
Bonds, I couldn't hear the rest of it.
Which part?
You said bond and I couldn't hear the.
Oh, bond will continue.
I do have a bond request.
Apparently it won't. So go ahead.
Hopefully it's easy. So Mr. Cutshaw lives in Britain, Michigan, which is south of here. He lives very.
I know where it is, but thanks.
I had to Google it. I'm not gonna lie. It seems beautiful.
It's not like it's a foreign country. Go ahead.
He travels often to Ohio to do, Toledo, Ohio to do his grocery shopping. He would like, and he also has.
He doesn't like our groceries?
I live right by Ohio.
Yeah, no, I know, but I get why he does. Okay, so he wants to be able to lead the state
Yeah.
to go.
Just do Ohio, but yeah,
He actually goes to Ohio.
maybe they have better deals at their Costco.
Well, it's just close. That's all.
Hmm. Oh, you're a Sam's Club person.
Whoa. Why are you saying that? I'll go wherever I need to go, but I don't like your thought of betraying Michigan the way you just did, Mr.
He said he doesn't, he's made a joke about you betraying Michigan going to Ohio.
Oh, no, you betrayed.
Oh, me?
You, not him.
Oh.
I understand why he's doing
Not
what
talking about football, are we?
he's doing.
Don't talk about football.
He's bonds a minute. He can travel to Ohio.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you,
So
sir.
you're good.
okay, so.
Court calls case people versus Melissa Juilliard Enkenberg. Eichenberg.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Brennan on behalf of Lord Eichenberg.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please? Oh, hold on. She's not connected to audio.
I tried to. I'm on two different
Hold on.
areas.
Okay,
Can you
hang
hear me
on.
now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just my screen is showing that you're still connecting, but can you state your name, please?
Melissa Druliard Eichenberg.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, if we are set for a pretrial in this matter, I understand the defendant is going to be entering a plea of guilty to an added count 2 of retail fraud in the third degree, 93-day misdemeanor, $500 fine or trouble amount, contrary to 750-356D4. Change that plea count 1, retail fraud in the second degree to 1-year misdemeanor.
That is our understanding of the agreement, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Once again, state your name, please.
Melissa Druliard Eichenberg.
All right. You can put your hand down. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you are going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud in the third degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, ma'am?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Correct.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand all of that, ma'am?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yeah.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, I am not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, they have not.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to give me that one again. You broke up there.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And of your own free will and also because you believe that you're guilty?
Yes.
On the date of September 23rd, 2022, at the location of East Michigan Avenue, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. What did you do at the Walmart that makes you think that you're guilty?
We were at self-checkout and items were not scanned and placed in the cart.
All right. And you skip scan with the intention not to pay for those items, is that correct?
Correct.
The store was open to the public at the time?
Yes, it was.
You didn't have anybody's permission to do that, did you?
No, I did not.
And these items that you took, these were items that were offered for sale by Walmart?
Yes, they were.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied. Satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count two, count one is dismissed. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be September 25th, 2024, 1 p.m. Okay, and ma'am, I'll ask you to wait on the line. We're gonna put you into a breakout room with probation intake so we can start the process, okay?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bob, continue. Court does call the case of the people versus Chantel, is it Cocat?
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Ms. Cocotte. Please say your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Chantel Coco.
Your Honor, there is an offer available to the defendant in this case. The plea is charged in exchange for prosecutor's deferred sentencing.
I have relayed the offer to my client and she would like to accept that today.
Ma'am, could you please raise your right hand? Is your camera reversed? Must be. You have your right hand up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, your camera's reversed. That's okay. It is on one screen and not on the other. All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I swear.
State your name again for the record, please.
I'm Chantel Coco.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud in the second degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, up to a $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that would be the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of Ray.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily
Correct.
and of your own free will?
Yep.
And because you believe that you're indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes.
August 24, 2023, at the location of 7,000 East Michigan Avenue, Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. What did you do while you were at the Walmart store that makes you think that you're guilty?
I went to Walmart while they were open. I put items for sale in my cart and I tried to walk out of the store with those items without paying for them.
Right. You didn't have anybody's permission to do that, did you?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And the total amount and the items that you took, these were items that were being sold at Walmart? You probably
Yes.
said so, but I want to make sure. Was the aggregate amount or the total amount of the items that you took in excess of $200?
Yes.
All right, counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
The people are satisfied, Your Honor. Satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be September 25th, 2024 at 1 p.m. All right. And ma'am, we're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation intake so that that process can be started. Okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And just so that I'm clear, your last name, say your last name again for me.
Coco. The T is silent.
Oh, I told you, Perry. All right, thank you. All right. Court calls the case, People versus Brian Foley.
People. Yeah, counsel.
Excuse me? Is he here? Brian Foley? Not present. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of 5,000, 10%. That warrant will issue immediately. There have been previous warrants. Court calls the case, People versus Mikhail Panasenko. Is that right? Panasenko on all three. Present. Just check things. Tell you what, we'll adjourn all these, we'll adjourn them out to our next date, which is September 4th.
Yes.
Adjourn these matters to September 4th. And can you take care of those? Okay. Court does call the case, People versus Mohammed Ibrahim.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, please state your name.
Mohammed Ibrahim.
Good morning, sir. All right, what are we doing?
So this was, at our last hearing, Mr. Ibrahim didn't appear at the time that the case was first called, then came in person. The warrant was set, but I think there may have been a clerical issue where the warrant was not recalled. According to Mr. Ibrahim spoke with probation, and I think your staff ran it, and the warrant was still entered as of this morning. So he was here, we all remember.
We do.
I do, at least, and he does.
I do.
I
don't remember.
But we'd ask that you do recall the warrant and reset the
The
pre-trial.
warrant's recalled. My staff updated me on what kind of happened on this.
Okay,
Okay,
and so we're just asking for an adjournment of the pre-trial.
all that. This whole morning, Perry, all that.
Well, I just want to make
No,
sure you
this
have
man
the
could have
warrant.
been on his way, on his day, but you went through all that.
We just want to make sure. But we didn't talk prior to today, so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. He came, I didn't even call him to remind him of court. He came and was ready.
September 4th, or you need more time?
That should be okay. Thank you.
September 4th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
2024, 9 a.m. Thank you, sir. That warrant is out.
Yes, it was canceled. Yes.
Good enough. That's that. Why don't How many jail do we have?
5 total, one is 91 days.
Oh, we have some up, but one's in Zoom.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me call him and then I'll take my break. Good job. Court does call the case, People versus Eric Vermeulen.
Ashley Lundy for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Vermeulen, can you please state your name for the record, sir?
Eric Vermeulen.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm respectfully requesting a very brief adjournment in this matter. I did go down to the jail to attempt to visit with Mr. Vermeulen yesterday, and after waiting a while, I was told that I was unable to meet with him. He is being held on a felony that I believe is up for a PCC tomorrow. So I would respectfully request a 1 to 2 week adjournment of this case.
All right. Turn the matter out to September 4th, give you 2 weeks on 2024, 9 a.m. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
his bond in this matter will continue. All right. All right, thank you, Eric. Yeah,
I'll be down to see you.
Feel better. Take care of that one.
Yeah, you should have a call
For who?
Robert Black.
Yeah,
He's.
or recalls the case, People versus Robert.
Public Defender Natalie Pate, I'll be talking to Mr. Black, I believe now it's dialed in via Zoom.
Yes, well, we have a name. Mr. Black, can you unmute and turn on your camera? Robert Black?
Mr. Black, if you're on your phone, you might have to hit *6.
He's not on the phone. Mr. Black, can you hear me? Yeah, I see him unmuted, but I don't. Mr. Black? I just remuted. Unmuted. Mr. Black, if you can hear me, do you have a camera that you can turn on? He apparently knows how to work the mute button. Yes. Mr. Black? Are you getting any response from him?
No, and he's dialing now, so we can't communicate with him in the chat.
He dialed in?
Yes.
I shouldn't be getting, oh, you changed him. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. He's unmuting, but I can't hear him. All right. Let me just put this over into the next block and I'll.
Thank you, Your
do
Honor.
it. Okay, thank you. We have another in before I take a break, but I don't know who that is.
We don't know who he is either.
Okay, well, that's good. Then I'll take a break and let you figure that one out. We'll also let you contact Mr. Black and see what they can do about that. And then I'll come back and we have all these other people that showed up.
Good morning, Your Honor and staff. This is John Smith, Division 1, Camera 1.
Mr. Smith is on tomorrow's docket.
Oh, he's not on today? We have him set for tomorrow's docket at 9 a.m. for his PCC. Did you get something for today?
Your Honor, they just told me that he was scheduled for today, but if he's not scheduled till tomorrow, we'll make sure we honor that.
Okay, yeah, he's set for tomorrow, sure. Yeah, we have him set for tomorrow, sir.
All right, sir. Well, you have a blessed day and we'll see you in the morning.
You do the same. Thank you. All right. You know, everything has started to go haywire, but But that all started when Elman walked in. Yeah. It may just be coincidence, but getting a sense. All right, court's gonna stand in brief recess.
All rise.
Okay, well, they stand in recess. We're gonna hop to Judge Webster, who hopefully will not end this before we see the end. Please, 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 if the sound is weird on this one, let me know, because sometimes it's switching between the tabs that seems to do it.
Good morning. We are on the record in the 13th Judicial District, the District Court of Butler County, Kansas. This comes on for hearing in our Wednesday, August 21, 2024 traffic docket. As the officers may or may not have told you, make sure each one of you has a pencil or pen and paper ready when your name is called. If I have to wait for everyone to go track down a pencil, that adds quite a bit of extra time to this docket, which, as you can see, is pretty full. And our goal is to get through as close to noon as possible. That means some of you may have to wait longer than others. Please understand that this is a court of law. Some of you may be trying to do other things, but this is your priority for the next few hours or so. Make sure you handle yourselves just as you would in a real court of law, because this is a real court of law. And that means don't, first of all, be in any kind of moving vehicle. Even if you're the passenger, the car needs to pull over in a safe spot and wait until your name is called. Because this is a court of law, don't be eating, smoking, vaping, chewing, and spitting. These are all things that I have seen way too many times. I've had to call people down. Make sure that you don't walk away from your device and then not be here when I call your name, because if you're not here, you could end up with a warrant for failure to appear. Each of you do have the right to an attorney. You can hire any attorney of your choice. If you cannot afford an attorney and your crimes or charges require the possibility even of incarceration, you can apply for court appointed. But if you have just a traffic infraction, you're not entitled to a court appointed attorney and cannot therefore apply or get one. Of course, you don't have to have an attorney. You can always waive your right to an attorney and proceed to represent yourself. Some of you may qualify for the county attorney's diversion program. That is a program allowed by law for the county attorney to dismiss the charges against you. But in order to be dismissed, you have to, first of all, apply. And their website for application is bucoks.com. That's short for Butler County, Kansas. Again, it's bucoks.com. And you can look at the program online and you can apply online for it. If you're interested, you should apply for it online. There is an application fee, and the website will tell you what that is and how to, or where to send your forms. Now, if you're accepted onto diversion, you'll have to get a contract from the county attorney, sign that contract, send it back to them, and they will make you pay fines, costs, and a diversion fee. If your license is suspended, they'll make you get your license back. If you do not have a driver's license and you're here on a no driver's license charge, they will make you get your driver's license. If you didn't have insurance, they'll make you get your insurance or something of that nature. But they basically want you to correct the situation that if you can, and to pay your fines, costs, and diversion fee, and then they dismiss the charge. Some people do not think that their charge is worth the extra cost of a diversion. Others think it's great because they think it keeps it off their record, keeps it from affecting their insurance, keeps them affecting their record if they want a security clearance or something of that sort. But that is strictly your call, and it is strictly up to the county attorney. If you get it, they base it on your past history, if any, and your present charges, and maybe any other factors they look at. Again, I'm just trying to make you aware that this program is available. It's not up to me to grant it. It's strictly between you and the county attorney. If you have trouble with the online site, call the county attorney at 316-321-6999. Again, that's 316-321-6999. After I go over your individual charges with you, I will ask for your plea. You have three choices of plea. You can plead not guilty, denying the charge, and we'll set it for trial at a later date. Or you can plead guilty, admitting the charge, and we can proceed with your sentencing unless it's a DUI, and then we have to get a drug and alcohol evaluation prior to sentencing. So we would set that sentencing over. Otherwise, we'd proceed with your sentencing today. There is a third choice. It's called no contest. It means you don't want to deny the charge. You don't want to admit the charge. You just want to, some people say, get it over with. By pleading no contest, you're neither admitting nor denying, but you're not taking it to trial. That you will still be found guilty and we'll still proceed with your sentencing. But sometimes folks just don't want to admit it, but they don't want their trial. That's a no contest plea. If you want to look into the diversion, I will enter a no contest plea to give you time to do that. You must apply for diversion before you're found guilty. It is what's called a pre-trial diversion. It diverts you out of the court and trial system. If you apply for that diversion in a timely manner, you should be able to get your diversion and not even have to grant it. And please pay attention to the people ahead of you, other people's smoking, no chewing, no vaping. Have your pencil and paper ready. Keep your language and appearance appropriate. And make sure when I call your name that you answer promptly. You will need to click on the little red microphone with the line through it, and you'll need to click on the little camera with the line through it. That will allow me to see and hear you. And if you don't see those little red icons, you can run your finger down the side or the bottom of your phone or the mouse if it's your computer, and they should pop up for you. Now, most of you look like you're muted, which is a good thing because you won't be making sounds that interrupt and come across the screen for other people's hearings. Chad Weathers doesn't look like he's pushed that little red microphone. You might want to do that. I think everyone else has got it. Oh, yeah, Chad Weathers is the only one that hasn't. And it looks like we're about ready to start. I see that we do have Jared Regier, the gentleman that just came on the screen in the suit and tie, is one of the assistant county attorneys for Butler County. He will be with us throughout these hearings today, as he is the prosecutor handling the charges. And then we also have Court Security 1 and Court Security 2. This is Deputy Caulfield that you just saw come on the screen in the blue uniform. In Court Security 2, some of you will have to meet with him in a breakout room after your hearing with me. There he is, Deputy Gillis. If you've already had your picture and prints taken and signed a bond on an A and B misdemeanor charge, you will not have to meet with him. But those of you that come in, for instance, on a summons and your charge is an A or B misdemeanor, after you're through with me, you'll be placed in a breakout room with Deputy Gillis, and he will set up a time for you to get your picture and prints taken, and I'll set an OR bond. That OR bond means you don't have to put up your money unless you fail to come to future hearings. And with that, I think I'll start with the person in detention and then go to the person that has Ms. Franco, the interpreter here. So who is the person in the county jail? What is your name, please?
Janelle Arnold.
One moment, please, Miss Arnold. We will now be on the record. That means we are recording, and this is live via YouTube because you're entitled to a public hearing. And we are also making a judicial record in case anything is appealed or challenged at a later date. So on the record in 2022, TR 3027, State of Kansas versus Janelle Renee Arnold. I see she has had Mr. Shonifer enter an appearance. So would counsel please announce their appearances for the record?
Jared Regier on behalf of the state.
Ms. Arnold does appear in person, in custody, and pro se. Is Mr. Shonifer still representing you?
Yes, he is. He had a prior obligation. He's in court today, so he wasn't able to be on.
Well, it looks like you've been coming to court, maybe missing court for quite a while now. We're on the traffic docket November 2nd, 2022. And the case has been continued multiple times. You had a failure to appear for a period of time where we didn't have you here. Looks like the last time you were here was before Judge Lee with Mr. Regier present. And Judge Lee sent the matter back over to me on a no bond hold. So, Mr. Regier, have you had any contact with defense attorney or do you have any announcements on this matter?
One moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, I am not aware of any communications between at least myself and counsel for the defense. I am showing an entry of appearance that was filed with the court. It would appear to be yesterday, as well as a motion for continuance. But again, I'm in my capacity as prosecutor, I do not represent the defendant, so I can't really speak to the motion itself. But insofar as the court's inquiry of have I had any communications with counsel for the defense, I am personally not aware of any.
Well, Mr. Shonifer has been in before this court and many other courts many years, so he should know that he doesn't automatically get a continuance. That has to be approved. Nevertheless, the defendant is here, and I do need to proceed. So, do you know if he is going to ask for a trial? Well, strike that. He needs to answer for that.
Judge.
Yes, go ahead.
So in the notes from her last hearing, it does say that the bench trial date has already been set for September 25th at 1:30. And I believe that's on Judge Lee's docket.
All right. September 25th at 1:30. Is that a Friday? Oh, okay. I do see that. I do see that. So, Mr. Regier, can you help me out? Why is it he put her back here with me and he set her trial for the 25th, apparently with him? Is he wanting me just to address the bond today?
And I misspoke, Judge. It's actually with you at 1:30 on the bench trial date.
Ah, okay.
Your Honor, based off of my notes, the matter was set before the court today for pretrial purposes. However, it would appear that in the intervening time between the last hearing on August 16th and today's hearing, August 21st, counsel for the defense did formally enter his appearance. So I am somewhat hesitant to do too much without the presence rather of defense counsel at this time.
As am I. Miss Arnold, I am going to leave your trial date for September 25th, 2024 at 1:30. I am going to leave the no bond hold in light of the problems we've had getting you here, including having to have your bondsman find you and bring you in. But I will tell you that I will try to get this reheard on the matter of bond as soon as you and your attorney ask to be having it reset. So I want to hear that motion as soon as he files that. But I am looking at multiple failures to appear and multiple continuances, as I said, dating back to first appearance, November 2nd of 2022, and the alleged driving under the influence of alcohol and failing to check the safe passage before passing from a single lane dates back to an alleged date of July 23rd, 2022, over 2 years ago. So please get with your attorney and have him get this set back on the docket if you're wanting the court to consider or reconsider your bond. If you're quite happy sitting there, so be it, but I suspect you're not.
I am not. Is there any way I can get a bond with an ankle bracelet or something? I have to get back to work.
That is a possibility. That certainly is. But now that your attorney represents you, your attorney needs to represent you. He needs to be here. And he kind of put himself out there on a limb by just filing a motion and then not appearing today. But you get with him and tell him that that's what you want him to do, and then you two talk about it. And if he wants to put it back on the docket, we'll get it heard as soon as we can.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Miss Arnold. You're excused from these proceedings now and remanded to the sheriff until the September date or until further hearing. Yes, Mr. Regier.
Again, with the state indicating its concerns on the record concerning proceeding without the presence of defense counsel, is the court reserving the issue of, or at least the prospective issue of bond modification for a later date?
Yes, until her attorney is here, until her attorney files the motion for reconsideration and appears and makes argument, I'm not taking any stand on that.
Very good, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Arnold, thank you, and hopefully you'll get with your attorney very soon and be back here for reconsideration.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We will now be, Ms. Franco, you're here for whom?
I'm here for Luis Rivera. It's 2024 TR 1512.
Could you say that name again?
Luis Rivera.
It's number 28 on the list, Judge. Rosales Rivera.
Thank you. I haven't scrolled down quite far enough. We'll now be on the record in 2024 TR 1512, State of Kansas versus Luis Alonso Rosales Rivera. Jared Regier appearing for the state. Is the defendant here?
Estamos ahora en la grabación en el caso 2024 TR 1512, el estado de Kansas versus Luis Alonso Rosales Rivera. El estado está aquí representado por Jared Regier y el acusado está presente.
Mr. Luis, Rosales Rivera, are you here?
Señor Luis Rosales Rivera está presente.
Missy, do you recall him checking in today?
I do not.
Mr. Bergier, recommendations due to the defendant's apparent failure to appear?
Señor requiere recomendaciones ya que el acusado no se presentó.
Your Honor, if the court is finding that the defendant has failed to appear, the state would be recommending a bench warrant, 1,000 cash or surety. In reviewing the ticket, this is a case that appears to include multiple counts, including at least one Class B misdemeanor. And there does appear to be a notice to appear date on the ticket of August 21st, 2024 at 9 a.m.
Sí, el Estado está recomendando que se presente ante el juez o la jueza, entonces que ponga esa orden en una fianza de $1,000 en efectivo. Y aquí en la multa también menciona a varios cargos, especialmente un delito menor clase B, que tiene la fecha del 21 de agosto de 2024.
The court does issue that bench warrant and sets his bond at 1,000, cash or surety required.
La Corte sí va a ordenar que se presente ante el juez y también va a ordenar una cantidad de $1,000 como fianza en efectivo.
If there's nothing further, we will be in recess on Rosales Rivera.
Si no hay nada más, estamos en receso en Rosales Rivera.
Ms. Franco, would you see if there was anyone else that might need an interpreter?
Yes, ¿hay alguna otra persona que necesite intérprete?
Mr. Alonso Pacheco Tabuyo, do you need an interpreter?
Señor Alonso,
My bad. No, I don't. I speak English pretty good.
Okay, you do. I see that. Let me go down this list. Felix Banuelos Camargo, are you here? And if so, do you need an interpreter?
Felix Bañuelos Camargo está presente y si está presente, ¿necesita intérprete?
We will be on the record in 2023 TR 1969, State of Kansas versus Felix Banuelos Camargo. County Attorney Jared Regier for the state, the defendant failing to appear.
Estamos en la grabación 2023 TR 4969, el Estado de Kansas versus Felix Bañuelos Camargo. El Estado está presente aquí por medio de Jared Regier y el acusado no está presente.
Mr. Regier, it looks like he signed a bond to be here today.
Señor Regier, parece que él firmó una fianza para que estuviera presente aquí el día de hoy.
Your Honor, the state's understanding is there appears to be two cases on the docket involving this defendant here today, 23 TR 1969 and 24 TR 0732. In the 732 case, I am showing an appearance bond in the file for today's date and time, August 21st, 2024 at 9 a.m. It appears to be three.
Mr. Regier, do you want to interpret that, Ms. Franco?
De que él pagó una fianza.
Previously been on the docket for
El caso es desde mayo en 2023.
here.
Otro caso. La corte en este caso va a decidir no por.
Is Rolando Juan Peralta Ponce present?
El señor Rolando Juan Peralta.
I just skipped because we're kind of behind. And if they're just calling people who aren't there, then we might as well catch up before she removes the stream.
Señoría, si puedo repasar mis notas por 10 segundos, dice que sí. Parece que el Estado
For notice to appear.
thousand cash or surety would be the state.
Y el segundo cargo era un delito menor clase B.
This is a case where the ticket appears to include a nose to
Persona, en
Manuel Rodriguez Contreras with Jared Regier for the state and the defendant failing to appear.
Estamos en el caso, en la grabación en el caso 2024 TR 150, el estado de Kansas versus Jonathan Manuel Rodríguez Contreras. El estado está presente aquí por medio de Jerry Regier y el acusado parece que no está presente.
Mr. Regier, have you any recommendations concerning the defendant's failure to appear today?
Señor Regier, ¿hay alguna recomendación de parte del estado ya que el acusado no está presente?
bench warrant 1,000 cash or surety, Your Honor. This is another case where the ticket appears to include a notice to appear date of today's date and time, August 21st, 2024 at 9 a.m. I am showing an amended information was filed by my office back in July of this year. It appears to dismiss count 2, lower counts 1 and 3, an infraction and a Class B misdemeanor respectively.
Parece la recomendación del Estado es una orden que se presente ante la jueza, una fianza de $1,000 en efectivo. Parece que el oficial le dio una multa con la nota que se presentará en la fecha de hoy, el 21 de agosto del 2024 a las 9 de la mañana. Parece que se metió una orden para enmendar a uno de los cargos en julio aquí en mi oficina, a desestimar el cargo número 2 y el primer cargo es una infracción y el tercero es un delito menor clase B.
The court accepts that recommendation and orders a bench warrant with a $1,000 cash or surety bond.
La corte va a recomendar, va a seguir esas recomendaciones del Estado y va a ordenar que se presente en frente de la jueza y también pague una fianza de $1,000.
We will be in recess on Rodriguez Contreras at this time.
Y estamos en receso en el caso de Rodríguez Contreras.
Ms. Franco, would you please check one more time to see if there's anyone else that needs an interpreter?
Yes. ¿Hay alguna otra persona más que necesite un intérprete?
Deputy, you have no one with you that needs an interpreter?
No, I don't have anyone that needs an interpreter. However, just to let you know, I do have an attorney here with me.
Thank you. I thought I recognized one. All right. Thank you, Ms. Franco. You are excused at this time. Is
Thank
there
you, Jay.
any additional information you need before I let you go?
No, I don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, Mr. Pacheco Tabullo, I called on you and picked on you a minute. Let's take up your case so you don't have to keep waiting. Will be on the record in 2022 TR 1681, State of Kansas versus Alonso Pacheco Tabullo. Is it Tabullo or Tabullo?
Oh, well, it's with 2 L's, but you say Tabullo, yeah.
Tabullo, okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Mr. Regier for the state. The defendant appears in person and pro se. Pro se, meaning you're here without counsel and representing yourself. Mr. Pacheco Tabullo, you are here. Looks like on bond. It's not your first appearance. That was scheduled for August 31st to 22, but you missed that date. Looks like you mixed a date in October of 22 and November of 22, and your cash bond was surrendered June 6th of 24. Mr. Regia, this looks like it's actually his first appearance since he missed so many dates. Do you agree?
Your Honor, I am showing that there was a failure to appear in this case based off my notes back in November of 2022. It would appear that the county attorney was present at that hearing, although I was not. I am showing a journal entry of misdemeanor conviction and sentencing from an August 26, 2022 hearing. It would appear that pursuant to the matter had been set for pay or appear on November 9th of 2022, at which time, again, the defendant appears to have failed to appear. I am showing a bond in the file. It appears to be cash, $208.00 for today's date and time. And attached to the same, I am showing a cash bond to be surrendered form, which would appear to include certain signatures and attestations, but I cannot speak as to that. So the state would respectfully defer to the court as to how it wishes to proceed, if indeed the court is prepared to do anything short of sending this case to collections.
All right, Mr. Pacheco Tabuyo, you were sentenced October 26th of 2022 for operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, a Class B non-person misdemeanor. You were given a 30-day underlying jail sentence and a $100 fine. You were also assessed court costs of $108 for a total due of $208. You were ordered to reappear November 9th, 2022. And if that had not been paid, you did not appear as ordered November 9th. And so it looks like you, from what the records reflect, you didn't pay and you didn't appear as directed. So a bench warrant was issued. How old are you now? It looks like perhaps you were under 18 at the time.
Yeah, I'm 21 now.
Okay. Your fines and costs have been sent to collections.
Okay.
You did post a bond to be here.
Yeah.
That bond is as Mr. Regier said, $208 cash.
Yeah.
If I order this case, if it stays in collections, you're gonna owe a lot more than the 208.
How much do I owe if I pay it off without the
Well,
collect?
I don't know. You'd have to check with the collection agent. But let me check with the clerk. Destiny, I think I can order that taken back from collections, giving credit for the 208 and close. Can I not?
That's correct, Judge. And then the cash bond can be applied, but not until it's taken out of collections.
All right.
And Your Honor,
Mr. Regier?
Upon further review of the cash bond to be surrendered form, I'm not sure if this has any bearing on the court's ruling or not, but there appears to be two signatures, one of the defendant as well as a third party individual identified as signature of person posting bond and printed name of person posting bond. So I'm not sure if that has any effect on the court's ruling here today or not.
Who is the name posting the bond?
Your Honor, unfortunately, while it does appear to be a different individual than the defendant in this matter, I am having some difficulty reading it, so I can't necessarily say for certain.
Mr. Checo Tabuyo, do you know who posted your cash bond?
Does it start with an E?
You don't know who posted your bond, in other words?
Hold on. Well, like who bailed me out?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, my brother did.
What's his name?
Ernesto Pacheco.
Ernesto Pacheco.
Yeah.
Will he consent to letting you use that money to pay your case off?
Yeah, he will.
Well, he will need to come to the clerk's office and sign a form to that effect.
Can he like do it through email? Cause he lives in Great Bend.
He can, I think he can do that through the mail or email. Destiny, can he do that?
We can send the cash bond form to him, but he would have to send it back either through mail or fax.
That's fine. It's just that he lives in Great Bend and, well, he works out there.
All right, can you send that to the defendant, or do you need to send it directly to Ernesto Pacheco?
Ernesto Pacheco would have to call in and give us an email address that we can confirm with him. And then we would send it to him directly.
And Your Honor, the cash bond to be surrendered form that I have in my file would appear to include a checkbox next to quote, "I authorize this money to be used to pay obligations on this case without further notice." I am not sure if that is satisfactory and sufficient from the court's perspective or not.
Also, I got a question.
Your question, please?
On my address right here, it's the wrong address.
Yeah, they usually use what you put on your bond.
Oh, well, it's the wrong one. It's wrong by the first front number. So if it sends any
Just a
papers out.
moment. Give me just a moment.
All right.
Destiny, are you seeing the actual bond in here? I show the docket note June 5th, 24 bond posted.
Yes, Judge, right after that on August 19th, there's an appearance bond.
Thank you so much. Now I see it. It's right under my nose. All right, it does show Ernesto Pacheco Tabillo signing this, Tabillo. It shows his Great Bend address. Is your address, sir, on 931 North
Clara? No, it's not. It's on 431 North Clara.
Okay, well, that's what your bond says. Your bond says 931 North Clara. So that's why they're using the wrong address. You put that on your bond wrong. And you did sign that apparently. That's your name anyway under signature. And all right, now Destiny, where are we seeing the bond, the document that the council refers to as to the waiver?
The cash bond surrender form hasn't been entered and signed by you yet, Judge.
So it's in my queue?
It has not been entered. We don't enter it until the defendant or whoever signed the cash bond calls in and asks for it to be applied after the case is complete.
Okay, Mr. Regier, the copy you're looking at, does it appear to have Ernesto's signature on it, releasing it?
Your Honor, in accordance with my duty of candor as an officer of the court, there does appear to be a printed name and a signature about halfway down that sheet, beginning with the letter E. And there does appear to be an X mark in the box next to quote, "I authorize this money to be used to pay obligations on this case without further notice." I really couldn't say much more than that.
Okay, but you don't have access to that form, Destiny?
Not with me at the moment, Judge, no.
All right, what I'm going to do, Mr. Pacheco Tabillo, is set this over. And if you can have Ernesto call the clerk of the district court and see what we need to do to get you credited. Then at the next hearing, if he has signed that and approved it, I'm going to order that it is released. I'm in order now that it be released from collections.
Okay.
And then you get your brother to call in and to the clerk and do whatever he needs to do to get that released, and we'll apply it to your money owed.
Okay, that sounds good. Can I get the clerk's number?
Yes, Destiny, would you please give that to him?
Yes, ma'am. It's gonna be 316 322
322
4370.
4370. 316-322-4370.
That's correct.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
I'm going to give you a court date. I will review your case at that time. If your balance is paid in full through your bond, I will close the case at that time. So
right.
Destiny, when do you have available for us to review this?
We can do November 6th, Judge.
November 6th, 9 a.m. If that's not released by then, you need to reappear.
All right, can my brother call you like right after this or right now or?
I'll let Destiny answer that when the clerk did. Can he call the clerk now or does he need to wait for you to be available?
No, he can call the clerk now. His brother can call the clerk now, and ask about the cash bond surrender form. You'll need your case number as well.
Okay, I'll call him right now.
Do you have your case number, sir?
I think my case number's, I think so. It's on this appearance bond thing.
22 TR 1681.
Yeah, that one.
All right. Okay, Mr. Regier, anything further?
Your Honor, just for purposes of clarifying the record, besides setting the matter over to the November 6th date, is the court only ordering that the case be removed from collections at this time?
That's what I'm ordering at this time.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Pacheco Tabuyo, you may go at this time.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty, bye.
You may be seated. Court does call the case of the People versus Thomas Hornberger.
People.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Mr. Hornberger. Mr. Hornberger, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Tom.
Your Honor.
I told you not to call this case. Go ahead.
I figured you'd want to get me out of the way so you could enjoy the rest of your day.
There is some benefit, I guess. Go ahead.
Your Honor, there's some discovery that I need to review with Mr. Hornberger before he can make a decision on how he wants to proceed with this case. So I'd be asking for just a 2-week adjournment.
Hearing no objections, matters adjourned September 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates. Bond continued.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Quincy Jones.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Still Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Quincy Jones, who is approaching. Could you please state your name for the record, sir?
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a resolution in this matter to which Mr. Jones will be admitting responsibility to double parking the civil infraction. In exchange, the misdemeanor count will be dismissed.
That is correct, Your Honor. And if you accept that admission, that means it's done. There is a felony matter.
Say again.
There's a felony possession charge up before the court tomorrow.
That is correct. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Mr. Jones? Yes. You have responsibility to the fact that on the date and time in question, that being March 6, 2021, Carpenter Road, that you double parked the motor vehicle? Yeah. Court will accept that admission to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. What's his felony matter?
Your Honor, his felony matter is a possession charge. I believe it was also an older matter that originated in like 2021. He is up for PCC tomorrow. I don't know how, where that is. However, I would ask for.
Mr. Jones, when you're out, are you working?
Yes, I have a house to Avalon right now. I just got a couple weeks ago, and I'm working at 3D Pawn Shop.
Okay, so you're working where?
3D Pawn Shop in Michigan.
Okay.
If I may, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, he does have a case manager through Avalon Housing where he stays, who's been working with him. He does have a place where he can go once he is released from his felony matter. I would ask for as long as possible to pay the fines and costs if Your Honor would consider.
So you just got into Avalon?
Yes.
Okay, so where were you before then?
Just living on the street.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's what I was trying to get to, so. Fines and costs of $180. And Mr. Jones, I'm gonna waive those in their entirety. All right. So you don't have to worry about this. All right, we'll deal with your other case tomorrow. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of the People versus Jamal Poplar.
On behalf of Petersville Township.
Does he have an attorney? Elman again?
Good morning again, Your Honor. Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Mr. Poplar, who is present over Zoom. Mr. Poplar, can you please state your name?
Jamal Poplar.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, again, there's been an offer extended in this case. Mr. Poplar does need a little time to weigh his options. So if I could have a brief 2-week adjournment.
Adjourn the matter to September 4th, 2024. 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, out there. Court does call the case, People versus Kyle Sizwelski.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
I just waited till you got halfway and made you turn around.
I need the exercise, Your Honor. Your Honor, again, for the record, Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Mr. Zinwelski.
Your name, sir?
Kyle Zinwelski.
Right.
Your Honor, in keeping with the theme of the morning, I'd be requesting.
That's your theme. It's not anybody else's theme. You want September 4th?
Yes.
All right. Turn the matter September 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. or as your invite indicates. All right. Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, that's it for me for today. So thank
Is
you.
it? We're gonna miss you.
I'll miss you too.
Thank you. Have a good day. Court does call the case, People versus Nakoa Nelson.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Petersville Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, please state your name.
Nakoa Nelson. Thank you.
And we are seeking an adjournment on this case. The offer is dependent on whether or not Mr. Nelson gets into treatment. He also has a felony pending in front of Your Honor that's scheduled for PCC next week. So I'm at the 29th.
29th.
So I'm trying to get all the moving pieces together.
Okay. All right. So I'll adjourn. When you say get him into treatment, is there something started yet or we don't know?
I need to communicate with the APA on the felony case.
Got
to
it.
see. That case is.
What's his charge on that?
I don't know.
Okay. September 4th, 2024. 9 a.m. Bond.
Thank you.
All right. Court does call the case, People versus Robert Peterson.
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Do you have a camera?
Yes, sir.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Peterson, who is present via Zoom.
Oh, there he is. Okay, state your name, sir.
Robert Peterson.
Thank you. All right.
The defendant by his attorney has provided me with proof that he has insured the motor vehicle, so the set people are going to move to dismiss.
They're going to dismiss it? Really? What?
No objection.
I might have one. No, I'm not. All right, case dismissed, young man. Take care.
You as well. Have a good one.
Thank you, sir.
There. Court does call the case, People versus Masika Willis.
Rika?
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Ms. Willis, case ending in 1808.
Kyle Bell on behalf of Ms. Willis and the others.
Good morning. All right, what are we doing?
think there's an offer in this case of a one between the two matters. However, the defendant does have a new felony retail fraud that's pending at PCC stage at this time, so I'm not sure if it wishes to adjourn to let that resolve or to take advantage of the offer today.
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in order to track the pending felony matter and also to briefly address a quick aspect of bond when appropriate.
Well, when is their felony matter up or has it been scheduled?
Tomorrow.
Of course, everybody's coming back tomorrow.
Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I also join the request for an adjournment on my case as well.
Okay, so I'll adjourn the matter to September 4th, 2024. 9 AM on both of these matters. Esteban.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are just respectfully requesting if the court would consider a provision allowing release to treatment on this file.
I would join that as well.
Does she have they done that on our felony matters?
Not yet, Your Honor.
So what I'm going to suggest is that you two contact whoever's handling at the felony stage, make that request there, because that will really be the thing that would hold her in any event. Because these are $100 bonds. All right. But certainly if that's appropriate, one order that covers at least these three cases, you guys can draft that. I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. You understand that, ma'am?
I'm really confused, but I guess.
Okay, you got these two cases. What council's looking to do, I guess you have another case in front of me tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so they've adjourned these out, I think, not sure. They're trying to get a global resolution as to everything. Figure out everything. So that's why this has been put off. They've asked me to release you to treatment, or at least allow release to treatment in these cases. I'm not going to have an objection to that. I just want it done in a different way so that it's done on your felony case, all of the cases. Nothing holds you there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it now?
Yeah, yes.
See, when I explain it, people can understand. I don't, the attorneys start talking, nobody knows what they're talking about.
That's why you're up there.
Is that what it is? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your
Thank you, ma'am. Court does call the case, Cooper versus Michael Pfeiffer.
People?
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Pfeiffer. Please state your name.
Michael Pfeiffer.
Thank you, sir.
You know, we have come to
Why'd you
resolution.
interrupt Ms. Lundy?
I know, it was
We
my
interrupt each
mistake.
other.
No. Did you see what she did? Ms. Lundy started talking. She just started talking over.
Alan, you gotta be on my side.
You want me to be on your side?
I want Alan to be on my side.
No. I don't. Won't help you anyway, but go ahead. What were you saying?
We have come to a resolution. Mr. Pfeiffer is going to be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of embezzlement under $200 under a deferred agreement.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's a 93 misdemeanor, $500 fine or trouble amount contrary to 750-1742 with that prosecutor's deferred.
So embezzlement less than 200 with
Yes.
prosecutors. Has he signed in, Vice Mayor?
Yes, he has.
Yeah. May I have him sworn?
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
State your name.
Michael Pfeiffer.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to a charge of embezzlement by an agent or trustee less than $200. That is a misdemeanor. Punishable by up to 93 days of jail, $500 fine plus court cost. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become their maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. In understanding all of that, you still wish to plead?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No.
Look at paragraph 5. You'll see a copy on the podium. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Anybody promise you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plea?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes.
of your own free will
Yes.
and because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yeah.
Between the dates of October 29, 2023 and November 4th, 2023 at the location of 4001 South State Street, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. Were you an employee of Speedway?
Yes.
Okay, and what'd you do that makes you think that you're guilty?
I was working the register and I rang up refunds to take money without permission.
Okay, so you would ring up these refunds to make it appear as though you were giving it to a customer,
Yes.
but instead you were taking the money?
Yes.
And this money that you took, this was money that belonged to Speedway?
Yes.
All right. And I think that's it because we went to the less than 200. You didn't have anybody's permission to do that from Speedway, is that correct?
Yes. I did not have permission.
Thank you. All right, I asked the question badly, that wasn't you. All right, counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
I would discuss, you had access to them because you were an employee, correct?
Yes.
I'm satisfied. Thank you, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count. Count one is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be September 25th, 2024, 1 p.m. With its conditions, we'll continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Shane Young.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Young. Please state your name for the record.
Shane Young. If you're more comfortable sitting, you can, sir. I can stand up. Okay, all right.
Your Honor, Mr. Young is serving a sentence on another case out of this court. This case is similar to the previous case in that a resolution kind of depends on whether or not he can do treatment. I believe a request was sent to your court by Community Corrections. I believe they informed him he's close on the list, so it's just if Your Honor will agree to release him on the domestic violence case to treatment. If that makes sense.
So the request was sent on another case.
Right, he's serving the sentence on the DV case, as part of his sentence. I believe you sentenced him to the 365 with credit, can be released to treatment upon your approval, of course. So CMH sent that to.
Did we get that on the? I don't recall it.
I think it may have been delayed because it was sent to Miss Londy, but it's actually Mr. Siller's case. I think CMH sent it to Miss Londy, so if they didn't get Mr. Siller's approval as well, I think that may have been an issue.
And I indicated yesterday, I had no objection to him being in a treatment program.
We do have that. You asked me to reach out to probation as well, so I have.
Got it. Okay, that was that one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So what do you want me to do?
So given all that, I'd ask for an adjournment of this case, see if we can get him into treatment, and then we'll proceed depending on
Close on
that.
the list.
I'm next on the list. I should be going either today or tomorrow. If I'm approved by you, is what I have been told.
My understanding is that that is available tomorrow.
It's available tomorrow.
Mhm.
And they need my signature on it.
Yes, sir.
All right, pull it off. I'll sign it. People don't have an objection. So I will grant the release to treatment. I'll adjourn this to, well, let's go to the 18th on this case. 9 a.m. that way, get himself into treatment. Let's see where that's at and whether or not he can communicate to us.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
All right, and as soon as I have that form, I'll sign off.
So when.
Court does call the case. That's why they have visiting rooms at the jail. You can do that down there. Just saying. Court does call the case. People versus Derek Sellers.
Echelon people.
Oh, there it is.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pake, on behalf of Mr. Sellers, who stands to my right, please state your name for the record, sir.
Derek Sellers. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a resolution in this matter to which Mr. Sellers will be pleading no contest to an added count of retail fraud in the third degree. And in exchange, retail fraud second degree will be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor. Retail fraud in the third degree is of course a 93-day misdemeanor. And or a $500 fine or triple amount, contrary to 750-356D.
Basis for the no contest plea.
Potential civil liability, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear in the affirmative testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name.
Derek Sellers. All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of retail fraud in the third degree. Or, yes, retail fraud in the third degree.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is a misdemeanor. Punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court cost. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property, which is the subject matter of the theft. That's greater than $500. That could become the maximum fine. You understand that? Yes, sir. And understanding all of that, you still wish to plead no contest? Yes, sir. Do you understand what a no contest plea is? Yes, sir. 2 things about it I need you to understand. The first thing you need to understand is that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that? Yes, sir. Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that? Yes, sir. To that charge, how do you plead? No contest. Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind. Yes, sir. You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct? Any question regarding those rights? No, sir. Please look at paragraph 5. You'll see a copy on the podium. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form. Yes, sir. You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right. Yes, sir. Are you on probation or parole? No, sir. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest? No, sir. Anybody threaten you or coerce you? No, sir. Doing this voluntarily? Yes, sir. And of your own free will? Yes. Court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 212794. Any objections to the court having reviewed that report?
Yeah.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
The people are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be September 25th, 2024, 1 p.m. I have a question, sir. Sure, I got an answer. What do you need? Oh, all right.
We are going to discuss that further, Your Honor. There is no question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Cyan or Cayenne Taylor.
Echelon people.
Good morning, Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Ms. Taylor. Here, I'm not sure Ms. Taylor is on Zoom.
And Taylor.
She was in treatment. I have not had contact with her since she finished treatment. So I have no explanation for her failure to appear, Your Honor.
When was she in treatment?
So I had got an email from her social worker that she finished treatment, I believe last Thursday, the 15th. She was at Dawn Farm inpatient. They provided me with a phone number for her, but I haven't been able to reach her, unfortunately.
No, she just got out of treatment. I'll give her an adjournment for the 4th, see if we can get in touch with her. Don't ever say I didn't do anything nice. But that's the only thing today, apparently.
I'll take it.
Court calls the case. People versus, is it Amari Taylor?
Ashley Lonnie for the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Miss Taylor / Lindsay.
Say, what's the name? What?
Umari Lindsay.
Oh, okay. Something, she dropped something there.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, I apologize, Blondie. I just sent her a message, informing her Miss Lindsay goes by Miss Lindsay, not Miss Taylor. I believe how she explained it, that was her birth name, but she changed it in 2007.
In 2000, oh, okay, the case is in that name, so.
Will stay in that name?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, well, the only way that it would change is if the people amended their complaint, then it would change.
Okay.
But I don't know. There's a lot that's gonna be hooked to the name, so.
The issue we ran into yesterday, she tried to get fingerprinted and they wouldn't fingerprint her.
Right.
Because her ID
Because
doesn't.
her ID doesn't, right.
Yeah. So she did make the effort to do so, but.
Oh, fingerprint the baby. What's the little one's name?
Bishop.
How old?
He's 5 months.
5 months? Oh. All right. So what do you want me to do?
So we have not had contact until today. I'm asking for an adjournment. I got good information for her. We'll have another conversation.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. Let me adjourn it out September 18th. Let me go out a little bit longer. And Miss Londi, do you know if the people have any objection or to amending the complaint? I mean, there's a process I'm sure you're gonna have to go through to do that, but.
And what I think I'll probably do is have an amended complaint sent over with an AKA, which will allow her to have her fingerprints taken, and it should solve that problem. I will say that at the time of this case in 2019, when the police pulled a driving record, Taylor was the last name on the driving record. So that may have contributed to why it was filed under Taylor. So what I'll do is I will get the complaint amended with an also known as name.
And then that way she should be able to get the fingerprints done. All right, and let me put it out for that.
Okay.
Until such time as they do that amended complaint, she shouldn't try to go back to do the fingerprints because it won't happen. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Gunnar.
Thank you. And maybe also once it's entered, what she might want to do before you go and do the fingerprints is to get a copy of that amended complaint so that when you go, you can at least show them something.
Okay.
I don't know if it'll work. Just thinking of ways so you don't waste your time. All right? Thank you. Court calls case People versus Marsha Willis.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate with it on behalf of Ms. Willis. Please state your name for the record, ma'am. Marsha Willis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would like to set this case for final settlement conference.
Jury final settlement conference, October 18th, right?
Yes.
2024 at 9 a.m. Jury selection, if necessary, October 21st, 2024 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus William Wimmer.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate on behalf of Mr. Wimmer, who is present via Zoom.
Right here. State your name, please.
Mr. William Wimmer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would also like to set this case for final settlement conference.
Jury final settlement conference. October 18th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Jury selection if necessary, October 21st, 2024 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You can log off now.
Court calls the case of Vivo versus Sarah Oda. Or Uda. It's an arraignment. You have her.
I do not have to check them.
Don't have to check in. I turned it up the last time for her to come in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately. That was my 10 block, right? There we go. Court does call the case, the people versus Joshua Fraley.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Kyle Brill on behalf of Mr. Fraley, who unless he's on Zoom, I do not see him in the courtroom today.
Not here. He's not on Zoom. Fraley?
So, Your Honor, I was just very recently appointed on this case. I haven't been able to contact him. I was not given a phone number for Mr. Fraley. So I would ask for an adjournment in this matter to give me a chance to contact him and send him a letter to the mailing address that I have for him.
I'm going to issue a bench warrant. He's got a violation. We specifically discussed him being able to test in the Flint area, did things, had a whole conversation about that. He's not appeared nor cooperated with community corrections in that process. Bench warrant will issue, bond will be set by 10,000. Give a 10% privilege, that warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Judge. Understood.
Court calls case, people versus James Bowles.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie, with on behalf of Mr. Bowles, who is approaching, please state your name for the record, sir.
It's James Bowles. Thank you. You're welcome.
Run around.
No objection.
You have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, didn't think so. All right, case is dismissed. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You too, Your Honor.
All right. Court calls case, people versus John Brown.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Brown, who is present via Zoom. Can you please unmute and state your name for the record, sir?
John Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello?
I respectfully request.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I would like to say something.
Okay, hold on.
Hello?
Let your attorney go first and then you can talk. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I have not been able to
Oh.
get into contact with Mr. Brown prior to today, so I would request an adjournment in order for that to happen, and also to ask Mr. Brown to call the Public Defender's Office to provide a good phone number, if possible.
What do you want to say, Mr. Brown?
I want to talk about the night in question that I was
No,
arrested.
whoa. No, I'm going to stop you. Okay? That's why you need to get in touch with your attorneys. I don't want you saying anything that might hurt you, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you need to call the Public Defender's Office. They don't have a good number for you. Okay? You got something to write with?
I have her number. I have her number.
Do
I have
you?
my attorney's
Okay.
number. Yes.
Okay, give it a call and make sure they've got a good phone number for you and an email address, okay? All right. All right, I'll adjourn these to September 18,
Okay.
2024, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
fair enough.
Lonnie's last. That's the.
Thank you.
This is Miss Landy's last case. So after I call this, she leave,
Well, until our 1 o'clock restitution hearing.
but she gets a break. If I call this case, Landy leaves and gets a break till 1.
Not well deserved, but it is desired.
Nope, not doing it. I will in a minute. Between you and Goldstein, I can't handle this. And then Simon shows up. Court calls the case, People versus Karina Castillo.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Mr. Collins.
You thought if you sat on that side, I wouldn't notice, Simon.
Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Ms. Castillo, who I believe is on Zoom.
Is she? Yep, I think so. Ms. Castillo, can you unmute and turn on your camera?
Hello.
Hello? There you go, we got it. Okay, state your name.
Karina Castillo.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm asking for an adjournment. I received the store video from Mr. Siller today, so I'd like to review that with my client.
Very good. I'll adjourn the matter September 18, 2024, 9 a.m.
Excuse me.
All right, Ms. Castillo, bond continued. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is September? Because I have an autistic kid and he has therapy 3 times a week, and I have another child that has therapy once a week. So I have to balance out and try to work. So
Okay, hold on. So Wednesdays don't work for you?
I can try to work something out. I would have to talk to his therapist to just make an early basically to tell him how to cancel on that day then.
Okay, well, okay, I do them on Wednesdays. Is there a better time would mornings or afternoons work better for you?
Morning, because his
Morning?
therapy is in the
Okay.
afternoon.
All right, I'll try to make sure that I let my staff know. We'll try to make sure we get you set in the morning on the Wednesday, the 18th, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Court does call the case of the People versus Simon Sandino.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittston Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Ms. Savino. We have come to resolution. Ms. Savino has given you permission to release the double parking in exchange for a dismissal of count 1.
That is correct, Your Honor. So I move that count 2 double parking, we accept that admission, move to dismiss the original charge. This was unusual because she did plead 2 cases in the district court for the same charge.
Okay. So on behalf of your client, you do admit responsibility to the charge of, or to the offense of double parking.
I do.
All right. Fines and costs of 180. When could you pay that?
She's asking for as long as the court will give her. Can I request?
Okay, so when she told you that, Ms. Perry, you've been here for a long time. What did you tell her the court would say?
Well, Judge, she.
You don't want to answer my question, do you?
She asked for 6 months. I advised her
Wow.
that was unlikely. So I thought I would put the ball in your Honor's court.
Ball's always in.
Thank you, Mr. Silver.
There's another option.
I'm just leaving myself in the hole.
Apparently. October 31st.
Thank you.
Whatever. I mean, you're welcome. Court calls case People versus Jeremy Christian.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Christian, who I hope is present via Zoom.
Don't we all? We don't have him checked in.
Your Honor, for the record, I respectfully request an adjournment. His voicemail box was full. Actually, I couldn't have an explanation for.
Jeremy Christian? Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. And once again, will be set in the amount of $5,000. Give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case of the People versus Olivia Cooper.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate with and on behalf of Ms. Cooper, who stands to my right. Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Olivia Cooper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do understand there is a bond violation. We did have a resolution to this case. I don't know what Your Honor would rather address first.
The bond violation.
Yes, so it is our understanding that Ms. Cooper did not report to community corrections.
Why?
She said she was unclear where she had to go. She received something in the mail regarding community correction, she states to me a couple of days ago. I did receive this bond violation just yesterday. Upon receiving it, I did call her and did have a conversation with Ms. Cooper. She got in touch with community corrections asking if she could still go for intake, and they said referral was needed at that time. We are respectfully requesting the court to just admonish.
What do you mean she didn't know?
She was arraigned in front of Your Honor on August 7th in person and was, of course, ordered to go to community corrections within 24 hours to intake. After that, I believe.
Hold on a moment. Did she stop at the counter?
Sorry, Your Honor?
Did she stop at the counter?
I don't think she stopped at the, even in community corrections.
Well, I signed the order, and I guess I don't understand why she didn't go.
I don't think she understood where she was supposed to go, Your Honor. I did point it out after we left the courtroom after arraignment, but
Shouldn't she have asked?
Potentially, Your Honor.
Potentially?
Yes, and I was unaware that she
The
had.
court has just told you to do something. I don't understand it. So she what?
Unfortunately, I did not know she had not gone and was unable to instruct her further on how to go there. I just received word yesterday that she had not yet reported.
I'll send you over right now. You're gonna test clean?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Sign an order. Get her over to community corrections. I'll pass this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Sean Kruger.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Hi, Sean Kruger.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Kruger. This is Ms. Pate's case, Your Honor. I believe that he is waiting for a date with Secretary of State. So we're asking for an adjournment on this case, so he can keep working on getting his license back.
How much more time does he need? I mean, we've been adjourning it out. What's he trying to do?
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Kruger. Your Honor, Mr. Kruger is trying to get a hearing date in front of the administrative board. He did pass his drug panel test, and they do now want proof of that he completed substance abuse treatment, which to my understanding, he is almost done completing. I did explain to him that I do not believe this case will be able to be continued to be adjourned for long enough in order for him to get his license. However, he is asking Your Honor to give him one last adjournment as long as possible to see what he can get in process.
Last adjournment, October 16th. Got a date?
Yes.
I just
Thank you,
picked
Your
it.
Honor.
2024, 9 a.m. Indicating that's the last adjournment. So you need to bring proof, try to resolve this matter. Thank you.
Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You can log off now.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Ashley Dishman.
Conrad Siller on behalf of the township.
Good morning. Everyone, hearing on behalf of the state your name for the record.
Ashley Dishman.
Thank you.
You know, Miss Dishman and I have not been able to get in touch. She informed me her son was in the hospital, so she's been unable to return my calls. Yes, for an adjournment, please.
I was contacting Benjamin. I left a couple voicemails for him, and then she contacted me on the 16th that my son was in the hospital on the 15th. He was released on Saturday, and I got in touch with her on Tuesday, so I apologize.
Okay, you're breaking up on us, but I'm going to adjourn it out, okay? Oh. And I just lost her. Did she drop? I don't see her. All right, I will be adjourning the matter out to. I think what I could pick up is I think she was calling an ambulance for her son, is what I was picking up, but let's just do this. I'll do the October 2nd,
Thank you.
2024. 9 a.m. All right. And if she happens to check back in, let's make sure to send her a note that I adjourned it to that day.
Yes.
Court does call the case, People versus Stephen John.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, good morning. This is for John. Mr. John is not present, Your Honor. I do have some things to tell the court. So.
Okay.
When I communicated with Mr. John, he informed me, as he stated his arraignment, he's in India for the funerals of his grandparents.
I recall.
Yeah. Now his great aunt also died. There was a funeral last week and then another funeral portion today. He's informing me driving through India and did not have, he can only access Zoom with Wi-Fi and would not have Wi-Fi, so he would not be present today. I did briefly speak about this with Mr. Siller. So that's why he's not present. That's the first thing. The second thing is he's not returning to the States until September 9th. Your Honor ordered him at arraignment. He didn't know when he was returning. I believe his parents bought tickets, the plane tickets. He's since communicated with them. They're returning September 9th, but the order is to report the corrections by August 31st.
Yes.
So those are the two pieces that we're dealing with today. I'd ask that the court adjourn the pretrial and give him a little bit more time to report to community corrections, seeing as he's not here. I don't have proof of his plane tickets. He did ask it.
I need proof of the plane tickets. I need proof of the deaths before I'm going to do anything. I won't issue a bench warrant at this time. I'll adjourn it out to the 4th. And I realize based upon what you're telling me, he won't be back, but if he's not back, I'm going to issue a warrant.
I have some kind of announcement of the funeral portion today that I can provide
For the grandparents?
for his great aunt. But I will also get I will get everything, hopefully. But our communication has been sparse because we can only email right now.
All right, and I need proof of the tickets, so.
Okay.
September 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. We'll see where we go from there. Thank you.
I've put a poll up.
Court calls the case, People versus Christopher Jordan.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Morning, Judge. Attorney Andrew Sullivan, PA 1461. I've just retained in on this case this morning, and I have a substitution order that Mr. Jordan authorized I sign on his behalf. It's also
here?
He is not here, Judge, and I do have some more representations that I'd like to make as to that. I did speak with him yesterday. I met with him, also a volunteer social worker, and
I need a substitution. Go ahead.
just to discuss the case, his current status, being homeless and being in treatment. We're all confused why he's not here this morning. We know that he relies on public transportation. We've checked the tent where he lives. We've checked the bus.
Stop for a moment. I need an order to go along with this substitution.
I'll draft that immediately.
Okay, so Ms. Parity or Ms. Paid, either one. You guys are the ones coming off of the case. So if you can get a substitution of attorney, you guys, I think, can sign off on it. Then I have an order. We can have all of that in place. But go ahead, counsel. You speak for now.
I apologize, Judge. But I was just trying to offer some explanation. We don't know where he is at the moment, but we did meet with him yesterday. And really what I wanted to advise Your Honor of is the things that Mr. Jordan, we do know things that he is doing. We've spoken to a treatment provider, Therapeutics LLC, where he receives methadone. He also receives counseling services there. We spoke with them this morning. He last had therapy on the 9th and is due for another session with his counselor this Friday on the 23rd. He's reported there every day since his release, with the exception of one day. But he's been there to receive methadone. He also they do random drug testing, urinalysis twice monthly there. He's complied with that. So I understand that there is a bench warrant for his failure to attend community corrections, but just wanted Your Honor to know that
there isn't a bench warrant yet, but
then that's my mistake. I apologize.
But he hasn't, at least I don't see one, but he hasn't gone to community correction.
That's correct. He is instead going to this Therapeutics LLC treatment provider.
So he makes his own decision.
And I've advised him that that's can't do that. He and I had this first meeting yesterday. We talked about, in the future, we need to go through a proper process, meet with Your Honor about Mr. Jordan's intention to use Therapeutics LLC. But I think it is partially a financial obstacle with community corrections, that he expects that he's going to have to owe them some money, whereas Therapeutics is providing treatment at no cost to Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, but he didn't even appear for the intake and even state that. I mean,
I understand, Judge, and I again advised him that he can't do that. But I wanted, at the same time that I am advising Mr. Jordan to follow court orders always and in the future, I also wanted Your Honor to know more about what it is that Mr. Jordan is doing. And I did bring a letter. I got a copy for the prosecution as well. From not only is Mr. Jordan participating with Therapeutics, he's also participating with an organization called Strategies to Open.
Counsel, let me just stop you for a moment. Let's do this. Okay. I'm going to issue a bench warrant for the defendant's failure to appear and failure to appear at community corrections. I hear everything that you're saying, but we can't do it this way. So the bench warrant, the bond amount will be set for $10,000 with a 10% privilege on it. All right. I will not have that warrant issue until this Friday. So you've got some time to do that, try to figure out how you're going to get him in here or get him into corrections.
Understood. Thank you for that, Judge. Just to clarify, we obviously need to get him here to address the bench warrant. If he's continuing to comply with the Therapeutics treatment plan and this other organization strategies to overcome obstacles and avoid recidivism, could that be considered sufficient in lieu of community corrections.
Why would they do that?
Judge, I think I'm not intimately familiar with what community corrections offers, but what Mr. Jordan relayed to me, what he's doing, seems to be helping him. And so I think that I just wanted to offer the
Okay,
possibility.
here's how I work. I issue an order. I expect him to follow my order.
Mhm.
He hasn't done that. If he wants some change, then he needs to appear
Sure.
here with counsel, and then we can go through it and then we talk about it.
Right.
But I'm not going to talk in the abstract about what somebody else can do when they haven't followed my order out of the gate.
Forgive me, I have a propensity to talk in the abstract, Judge.
Pardon?
I just have a propensity to talk in the abstract.
Oh, and
Yeah.
you've got a fine job.
Thank you.
All right. All right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Mustafa Kafashi.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with on behalf of Mr. Kafaji, who I hope is present via Zoom.
What are the last three digits of a phone number you have for him?
To be frank with Your Honor, I believe his phone was currently shut off, but
Well, then that's probably not his phone.
I can check what the last three digits were, however, very quickly.
Simon doing. Watch him close. He's always up to something.
Your Honor, the last three digits would be 189.
Okay, that's not it. I just need the last three.
For the record, Your Honor, I do not have an explanation for here other than I do know that his phone was shut off in recent history. I have not had contact with him in between last pretrial and this one. I would request an adjournment for the record.
Defense warrant will issue for the defendant's failure to appear. A bond in each case will be setting him under 5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that. Those warrants will issue immediately. There haven't been previous warrants.
The poll is at 50-50.
Court does call the case of the People versus Muhammad Khalil.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, this is Public Defender Lauren Harry on behalf of or Khalil, who I do not believe is here. The last information we received is Mr. Khalil is in outpatient treatment. That's all the information I have.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be setting him at 5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately. There haven't been previous. Court calls case People versus Deshaun Law.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Harry on behalf of Mr. Law. I believe he's on Zoom.
Yes. Deshaun Law, unmute, turn on your camera.
Hello,
Hello. State your name.
Deshaun Law.
Thank you. All right.
Your Honor, so Mr. Law does not have his license. But because this is his last adjournment, and he does want to resolve it, I'm asking so supplement conference without the intention of going to trial, but to buy him a little bit more time. If the court will allow that. Mr. Law has been
I-
looking at it, Your Honor.
Miss Kearney, I appreciate your candor. I really do.
I don't know if that's sarcastic or not.
What's this look like? I do, no, I hear you. And I do appreciate your candor because most of the time, I mean, I appreciate you not thinking I'm stupid. Because most of the time what would have happened is attorneys would have walked in on this driving case, they've said, I want a jury, my client wants a jury. No, they don't. They're just trying to get time so they can try to get it resolved. And you just set it out. And so I can't fault you for that, and I appreciate it. I do mean that, and I mean that sincerely.
Thank you. I hope I did.
But don't do it again. No, I'm
Fair
kidding. I'm kidding. Jury Final Settlement Conference, October 18, 2024, 9 a.m. Jury selection, October 21st, 2024, at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. You're not trying to waste the court's time, you're just trying to help people. I get it.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Law, take care.
Right. Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Robert Black.
Mr. Levy, the people.
Oh, I didn't mean to make her wait to the end. I didn't. I really didn't. I just set it to the side. I didn't know. I feel horrible.
I'll
I feel, oh,
Assistant Public Defender Natalie.
I might cry.
Black, who I believe has dialed in successfully. Mr. Black, can you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Good morning.
State your name.
Robert Black.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. We respectfully requesting a very brief adjournment in this matter so I can have one final conversation with my client.
September 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's this?
That is Ms. Cooper, who we don't have for immediate corrections just yet.
Koopa. All right. All right. Okay. What I'll do is I'll take a brief recess. Well, I'll come back and do that because she's got to come back. All right. Court take a recess. All right.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Hot mic. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to set up another live stream. Because then it sends a little notification out. I also don't have to worry about the video being too long, but I will portal straight across. And I just want to get the link in case the portal doesn't work. Customization, redirect, court watching, 555, save, YouTube, view your channel, live, share, okay. All right. I am going to start that one and I will see you guys right there.